Jake. I've turned levels up. Let me know if that's any good, pal. Welcome to the Peri Nineball Open 2023. We are in Hanoi, Vietnam. Niels Fayen versus Liu Hu Chan. Joining me for this match, as always, Double J, Jeremy Jones, losers qualification. We made it to Vietnam.
That's right. Happy to be here. It's a beautiful day. A little rain this morning, but it's cleared up nicely. And big day for all these players trying to make it in that final 64. Missed you a little bit, Carl. Didn't get to work with you in AC, really. Not much. The finals, all.
Yeah, as always, we always cover the finals. What a week it was there at the US Open. Ko Ping Cheng, the new US Open champion. What a week, JJ, that was.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Niels Fayen, of course, concentrating on this Peri Open. Then we'll go to the Hanoi City Open starting Tuesday. But really the only title that's eluded Niels throughout his career, if you think about it, is that US Open.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how high he's actually placed in the US Open. I think he did go deep one of the years when I was competing, but I'm not actually sure what the answer to that is. Do you know how deep?
I think like a Final Four once, maybe early, 2000 teens, somewhere around there, 10, 11, 12 is my feeling. Of course, as players, we don't pay attention to too much of that when you're playing it, right?
Yeah, also Albin Ocean. I always think of him as one of them top Europeans who's never really set the world alight over at the US Open.
Well, it's always been a tough event. Conditions are tough, and everyone wants it. Just like this Peri Open, this inaugural safety to open. Kind of a funny rack.
Yeah, Niels looked like he hit the break quite hard, but it's almost like only one ball seemed to go up into the top corner and everything else stayed here. Now, this is a funny little spot. There you can see the perfect angle Niels is faced with. He's got the option of the push.
He is going to call the push. I thought he may go ahead and try and get him up behind the 2-7, coming off the right side of the 1. Oh, has this gone far enough? This is almost cuttable. Looks cuttable to me anyways. A lot of traffic with the cue ball. And certainly he's not going to get it back. You would think he's either going to go for the cut or maybe put the cue ball behind the red 3. Kind of chipping off the 1.
Yeah, just before this match, we was out at this table in the arena having a look. This cloth is super slidey. I know they always are when they're brand new, but I don't know, when you go out there and you throw a few balls around, it always seems to shock you a little bit. So he's got to be careful here. This is okay.
This is very good. And here in Asia, which I've always found, been a while since I've been to Asia, but every time I was here competing, the very, very important thing to them is the conditions. They always keep the balls nice and clean from match to match, and that'll add to that slickness of the table along with the new felt.
Niels is going to leave a shot here, and this is actually not a bad table layout. If you look at where the balls are all sat, as long as he just gets the cue ball out for the 2.
Yeah, a real work on the table, like Carl's saying, is when you see how the balls connect. And if he happens to get on the 2 decent, which just isn't the best, but the 3's near the 4, the 5's not far, the 6-7 over opposite sides. So probably another reason why Niels kind of took the push-out option, maybe.
Well, that just showed you how thin it was. It didn't look like it was that thin at first, but boy, he hit that ball thin. And now he's back in just ideal position. Not sure if he's played a match on this table. Don't believe he has. He actually lost his opening round in this year's event. Oh, that's gone slightly wrong.
Yeah, that's the one thing about the slick table. Pocketing the ball is usually a little easier, but the cue ball rack's a little different. Probably got more draw on that than he expected.
You think he was playing for the same bag?
Absolutely, yeah. Looks cuttable. Awfully thin. Probably plays the bank.
Yeah, at this level, when you're faced with this type of bank, you really do fancy it, but you've still got to get down and knock the ball in. Niels will know this. Niels may be thinking, well, he's got an easiest bank, but you never know. Still got to judge this one. And he's missed it.
Yeah, and it's so often the slick table fools you when banking and kicking at the ball. Like you expect it to lengthen out right there, and probably played for it to lengthen out a little bit. So Neil's very happy to get back to the table in game one.
A little fortunate where the pink 4-ball has finished, but Niels has been around the block. He knows this is part of 9-ball. He'll just be happy to be at the table having a kick shot here. Didn't hit that quite right, did he?
Yeah, well, he was trying to take the slide away by hitting more of a center ball, which I think is smart, but just didn't work out. You know, we arrived here yesterday and came to the pool room here to the tournament site pretty immediately, and immediately got to see some scores that were very impressive by names that you may not know so much on our side of the world. Shane Van Boning took an early loss. Okay, a routine 7 and 9 here. This is winter break, like all the World 9-Ball Tour events. And a huge one, considering we have an even bigger event after this Peri is finished just across town, the Hanoi City Open.
So there's the first rack. Goes to Lou. Niels Fyans under the gun here.
Yeah, you can see that thin 2-ball. Easy to shake off that mistake on the bank, and really more of a positional mistake on the pink 4. You can see Lou Hu Chin. We're going to get a look at his first break of the match.
The new break of 9-ball pool on the World 9-Ball Tour. We're seeing different players try different things with the cue ball. There you see Lou just brought in maybe a couple of balls.
Yeah, a lot more action with the rack, with balls up the table. And I think it's, you know, these players are so genius figuring things out. But this break is still new, and I constantly tell the Americans you have to toy around with several different breaks while also trying to develop the hard one. I think Skylar's one that needs to steadily work on trying to hit the balls a little harder.
Yeah, and this is the exact reason why players voted this rule in, because percentage-wise, over the season, you're going to see a little more funky layouts, which means there's more shots to be played. So here's a prime example. Had to play a good shot to get on this 3. Now, if he's landed straight-ish, he can draw right back.
He's got to have great speed as well.
Well, that's going to make you feel good in Lewis's qualification round. Nice shot. Didn't get there though, did he, JJ? Maybe a little left English.
Yeah, I think he can snip it in. What I saw yesterday, it seemed like matches and racks were going fast. A lot of offense. Just got to pay attention here. Probably just plays the green and then the brown 7 in the right side, with the 8 and 9 kind of laid up on that side of the table.
Yeah, let's not forget the loser of this match is out. This is LQ round, losers qualification. Niels Fine lost last night to Jeffrey DeLuna from the Philippines. Niels was actually 3 racks up in that match. DeLuna, what a talent. Good to see him here competing at the Peri Open. And Lou is showing Niels he's here to play.
Yeah, 2-0 in this race to 9. These players still have, of course, today qualifying. They get on to the final 64, but it's Saturday here in Hanoi. But this event doesn't finish until Monday evening. Then we move straight on into the Hanoi City Open starting Tuesday.
Yeah, and word on the ground is the venue for the Hanoi Open is spectacular. So really looking forward to that event also. But this is a nice little teaser, this, for the big one, isn't it? This is $104,000 prize fund, $25,000 to the winner. So this is serious stuff now, JJ.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing with the World Nineball Tour. Of course, you have the majors and the 256 player events all over the world, but now what you would call the smaller ranking events are growing in size tremendously. Seemed to hit the one a little thicker than most of the players. Got the cue ball up table.
That looked good. That looked nice. Where's the cue ball going to finish? Oh, it's going to finish in the pocket. That's unfortunate. Hit the one ball nice there. Here's another look. Just that flick. We see it now and again, don't we? The cue ball's coming off the side rail. And that's the big theme for the players. Try and make a ball and hope the cue ball stays on the slate.
Yeah, it's a gamble, but I think it's a gamble that shows us so much more about the game. Surprised he's shooting this side, a little more towards the other, but this should be okay. But compared to the first 2 racks, or at least the first rack, you can see a lot more work here. Just got to get on the 3, then the pink 4, then all the way back down. On the bottom end of your screen is the purple 5. And it's almost shots like this that the slick table can really get away from you and maybe get the wrong angle on the pink, maybe a little longer away from it.
This is a lot trickier than it may looks. On a dirty old cloth in your pool room, players can play this shot nice and easy, but you've really got to get the cue ball reacting quick here. Very easy to go towards that 8 ball.
Yeah, I think I come 2 rails for the purple in the right bottom pocket versus your old club table. You may come for the lower left pocket. But speed, like right here, is so crucial.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that one where it's finished. I know it's jacked up, but that's okay.
All right, 9-ball pool. He's gotten through the tough stuff. Now just to maintain and focus. And you and I got to talk to Niels prior to the match. And focus was a lot on his mind.
Yeah, he pretty much chucked us out of there, didn't he, JJ? He says, right, boys, time to leave. I've got to focus. He's a You know, I've known Niels a long time. You know, he's the ultimate professional. I learnt that playing a lot of Mosconi Cups with him and a lot of the tournaments in Europe. Someone who I wish I could have been a little bit more like, but it's not really my character. That's probably why I'm sat here with you, JJ. But you know, he always does everything right, keeps himself fit and healthy, active, and he's always up for the match. You know, whenever you play Niels, I don't know, did you must have competed with Niels a lot on the table?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we drew each other. Not as much as you would think, but yeah.
But you had to beat the guy, didn't you? He didn't, you know, you wasn't just going to get an easy win. It just didn't happen.
No, he kind of made the setting, I think, prior to the match, knowing it's all business. So Niels on the board after an unfortunate scratch off the break from Lou. And I'll tell you, with the World Nineball Tour and the way things are going, seems it's going to take like really nice matches every time just to get a W. The players are so on point.
Niels will not hold back on the break. That's, if anything, yesterday's match against De Luna was to go by. He really likes to go full speed at the break.
Yeah, I believe this round gets them into the final 64, and then another loser's qualification at 12:30.
Yeah, playing out in the arena some ways. Alexa Purcell, he's 1-0 down. He's playing Vietnamese player. It was a fantastic run in Atlantic City from Purcell, the youngster. What a future he's got.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching him play there in Atlantic City, and I know once it got to the semis, a lot of players didn't feel like he could take it down at this point. But I thought the way he played, he certainly could have won. I know you think the finals or the semifinals of maybe the biggest title in the world, at least the biggest in my opinion, may be too much for Alexa, but you could tell he's worked on his game heavily. And interesting point about that injury he took last year, and he took the time to work on his mental game while I think it was a broken leg, kept him away from the pool table. Nice safety here. I agree with any safety, you get the snooker pretty quickly, even though maybe the jump cue's available.
Kicking one rail, just got to try and make sure he gets hit. Got to avoid the scratch in the side. Delighted with the outcome. Good shot.
Yeah, kicking towards other balls is always increase your percentage.
That will annoy him. That hurts, doesn't it? When you're a pool player and you go 2 rails and you scratch the way you did, that really winds you up.
Yeah, anywhere underneath that blue 2 was going to offer losing the cue ball in that corner, whether it was thick or thin, especially on the slick conditions. You know it's going to slide, and I think he opened a problem. I think the 6-7 was tied together where Lou would have had to open those balls to get a runnable table. Now the 9 in a very awkward position for later in the rack.
Yeah, wants this to bounce off the rail a little bit. Should be okay. Doesn't need to get close to the purple 5. All about making sure you've got that angle to get back up for the green 6. Left it a little close to the rail though. He'd have liked to have come off a little bit more.
Yeah, I think he would have liked a little more as well, but really what looks like the shot should end the rack, even though, like I said, the 9 ball in a funny spot just past the side.
Also seems to play at a nice pace as well. He's not hanging about, he's getting on with it. That's always nice to watch. This is going to be the key shot now. Where does the cue ball finish on the 8 ball? It's going to make a huge difference for position on the 9. If he lands straight on the 8, things could start to get a little dicey.
Yeah, he doesn't want it straight or anything too extreme on the angle. Should be okay. He can go forward and just lay on the rail with the cue ball. Maybe taking a little more distance on the 9, but
that is very worrying. You could see the body movement. It was perfect on the 8 ball as well.
yeah, surprising. When I see it, one of the top players miss that type of ball, I almost feel like there's something a little heady about it, or a little mental, like, oh, I've missed this type of shot before kind of thing. Neil's getting pretty perfect here on this 9 to tie it at 2 apiece. Yeah, Niels didn't expect to get back to tie this match at 2 apiece.
Yeah, and it's funny because where Lou landed on the 8, Niels will have been sat in his chair and he would have seen he's landed perfect on the 8, so the miss just come from absolutely nowhere. Gifted Niels the rack. And now we're tied.
Yeah, many matches going on right now. Oliver J. Villafuerte from the Philippines, that's who beat Shane earlier.
Yeah, and he lost 9-8 to Max Eberle last night.
Yeah, Max Eberle of America, he loves it over here in Asia. 2-2 with another player, Aaron Justin. Of course, you can see ours at 2 apiece here on the main. Get you more scores in a minute. It took a little speed off there.
Pool players are always trying different things on the break, but JJ, I think the reality is you've just got to make sure you get a good cue ball and make the one in the side. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
there's no hidden gem secret, is there? Sometimes you're going to get a shot on the lowest ball. Sometimes you're going to be faced with situations like this.
Well, that's the beauty of the rule change, is to get back to something random after the break, and I think you're getting to see more of the game, which I believe the fans really appreciate and understanding so much about it. And all these players like Niels, I went through years learning the game. Now it's being put back in there, and I think it's a special thing.
Niels will be playing the push out now. SVB, when he plays the push, he doesn't really tie balls up, does he, SVB? He likes to leave that little carrot dangler.
Yeah, he really pushes like no one I've ever seen before. Most of the time, like any other sport, when you're behind, which is what Niels is at right here, you want to lengthen the game. Where Shane actually just pushes out tough as can be and just hopes you pass it back. Now, can Niels weigh on that miss in the last game here on the push-out?
Well, I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me there, but did he go to play the push and kind of twitch and not hit the cue ball?
That's what it looked like.
I'll call him out on it, JJ, don't worry. It's easy done, though. We've all done that. I used to hate them little, you got to get your cue back out the way quick.
Yeah, it's rare, but on a push-out, you usually use a rail or something as a reference to get the speed. But if you have to push out just kind of naked with no rail, it's a very difficult shot.
Yeah, he was scared of over-hitting the cue ball, wasn't he? That's what he's faced with. That little left edge.
Yeah, and this is where the slick table, I think, on something thin like this, very hard to control. May have to pass this one back.
Yeah, what do you think Niels was thinking? Leave it a tiny little fuller, but where would the cue ball go?
I think he would just be like double bank the 2 off a little fuller hit on the 2 and come back with the cue ball. But now he's super thin. I think the scratch up in the corner is maybe a problem.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, it was the push. Clearly, cue ball wanted to be on that rail. So I think we can mark that down as a poor push.
Absolutely, and one thing about the slick tables, anytime you have to go thin, very, very hard to kind of predict what's going to happen. With all the greats, though, they'll stay focused and realize with the winter break format, can make up some ground. He's gotten a little angle here. Now trying to see. I would look for a rail first behind the 9 playing the pink is what I would look for. I think there is an option there. If you try to just get on the gap between the 6-9, that's small. The rail first behind the 9 on the pink offers you a lot of options.
After the previous rack, I always feel it's very important the next rack, if you get an opportunity, got to take your chance. Kind of helps you let you forget about it. Now, was he playing to go rail first? That's the only thing I can see.
Yeah, I was talking about it. I think the rail first was there, but now I think he's gotten too thin on it.
He's not even looked at the gap for safety. I mean, I'm not saying there's a safe there, but cue ball does look a little high for this shot.
Well, the slick table won't take the right English like he thinks. Easy to overcut this.
Wow, from the overhead, I thought he did well getting the 4 there.
Yeah, slick tables are funny. A little more speed on that, the pink probably falls. But Niels now faced with a treacherous rail first shot with the cue ball going towards the 6-9. I'm like you. I think he hit it splendid considering where he was. Just take your chances here. The 9, I mean, you're going to go into the 9 probably. Put a lot of speed on this, Carl. I mean, the scratch is probably difficult.
You'd like to find that gap that we've seen. That would have been nice, wouldn't it? Oh, okay.
Well, this will get you steaming if he gets behind the 6. How do you hit it that thin to go above the 6?
Yeah, that was... I didn't think that was possible, I won't lie.
Okay, from our vantage point, I thought he had a shot, but maybe not.
Yeah, so body language tells us Niels cannot pot the purple 5. May be able to see the left edge. If not, it's going to be the top rail. Could go 2-rail kick as well, possibly, but I think you can see the left edge, JJ.
I would think so. If he can, he's he's got to play that with a lot of right spin, trying to bank the purple to the middle of the rail and bring the cue ball down to the bottom.
He tried to make that ball. Has he fluked it in the side? He hasn't.
No, and that's another thing with the slick table and the balls being so clean. They don't grab at contact quite like you expect. Easy to overcut balls.
Obviously, I grew up in England. Many of Q Sport, from the English 8-ball or the snooker world. I think 9-ball's a game where you can't miss balls because the pockets are more generous than English 8-ball and snooker. But let me tell you, this type of shot here makes you feel good. You can easily miss this ball. You can send it into the rail very quick. And if you pop this ball, well, you feel like King Kong. And that went in clean, by the way.
Yeah, that may have gone on that 6x12 snooker table you were talking about. Now going forward, if he's catching a little piece of the 9 going forward, watch out, because he may catch the point with the cue ball and may not get much movement. You almost have to kind of creep it out of there, I think, slowly. Got above the point, so got some movement. One thing he did well there is he stayed away from side, just mainly straight top.
Also, if you're watching this tournament, you want to see what players are still left in, you can head over to digitalpool.com. That's got all the live scores, the tournament bracket, who's beaten who's left in. Another 8-ball missed. Oh my, that is incredible.
Yeah, that was just losing focus, though. I don't feel like the pressure got to him there. Maybe taking his eye off the 8, looking at the cue ball a little.
Yeah, I mean, after he's potted that 5-ball, to miss the 8, you just never know what is going to happen in a game of 9-ball. Niels probably can't believe his luck. That'll do. Cue ball's going to come over to the left, that's fine. Even if it stays on the rail, it's okay. Well, it's this 9-ball to go 3-2 up in a match where he could be 4-1 down easily. The Terminator steals another rack. He's fighting to stay alive at this year's Peri Open here in Hanoi, Vietnam. Another good break there from Niels. And you could see the cue ball. Look at the cue ball off the rail. Hits the 9 low. This is going to happen.
And for all them American and SVB fans, of course, they're all around the world. He did win last night. He plays at 12:30 today.
Yeah, also Shane's been going to another pool room close to here, but I believe, playing challenge matches all night. He's really getting himself geared up for his time here in Vietnam. Chance for Niels here. And this is where Niels will use all the years' experience, because he knows Chan will be sat in his chair thinking, how was I not breaking in that rack? So this would really hurt. A little break and run here from Niels, that would really turn the screw.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 8-balls that got away from Lou, and you could see him using the side rail a little bit on the slick conditions.
Yeah, don't be fooled thinking that was a big pocket. He purposely played that into the rail, as JJ said, so he could avoid the scratch.
Yeah, and good news for Niels, the 6 very playable, so get in position on the purple 5. Just get it as simple as you can. Got a little closer to that pocket than I anticipated.
Yeah, the last few years watching Niels, one thing, it's got a little better the last 12 months. I don't know if it's an age thing, but just you start to not hit certain pots as good as you used to. So this might be a prime example. Let's pay attention to where the 5 ball goes.
When guarding against that overcut, those really small angles down the rail, you'll be able to use that side rail a bit.
Niels Fine was inducted into the Hall of Fame. I believe that will take place down in Virginia at the International Open. That's going to be a proud moment for Niels.
Yeah, I try to make all those I can, and I've been lucky to make so many, but I'm going to miss that one this year, but very happy for Niels. And some of the best nights in pool, in my opinion. Mike Pinoza from Baker's Digest puts on the dinner and the induction and whatnot. And they've always been really nice.
Yeah, I've only been to maybe 3, but I was lucky enough to be there when Barry Earn and Jeanette Lee got inducted on the same night. That was pretty special.
Yeah, that one was actually in Vegas. I was there that night as well. I think that was the 50th year of the Hall of Fame, actually.
Yeah, I don't have the best memory, but I remember being there. It was at the Moscone, right?
Yes, it was. 4-2 now for Niels, and like Carl said, 2 8-balls really has cost Lou, and he's breaking the balls really nice, so no telling what he could have kind of surmounted as far as a lead.
There's a fantastic view of the main table arena. This is a brand new pool hall, opened up about 4 weeks ago. So that just shows you the level of what this club has. How many tables we got when this club is set back up for the pool room? There's over 30, right? 30, 40 tables?
Yeah, somewhere around between 30 and 40, which this is, from what I heard, probably the nicest. Of course, it's new, but I've heard all the pool rooms are really nice, and most are upwards of 50, 60 tables. I've heard a couple of them 80-table pool rooms.
Now, I know we keep saying this, event from event, but here's another look. That little clip off the 2. He's going to always give your opponent sat in the chair who's having a nightmare that little bit of a chance. So now he's back at the table, he's got that chance.
Yeah, one thing I always say is ball in hand. That's one thing that'll make you kind of forget about your mistakes a little bit, get you back engaged. And, you know, at break and run, it seemed like, I don't know if it was on purpose, but Niels kind of changed the speed a little there, put a little more into it.
Yeah, well spotted, JJ. Just going to float down the left, leave the gap in between the 3 and the 9. He's decided to hit it a little harder. Maybe not intentional.
Boy, and this is where the experience of a slick table means so much. Very hard to come 2 rails and get above these. That being the 7-9. I think he needs to draw this between the 9 and 3. Smart shot. Now our first look at the rest here. Simple make here, just 2 rails with the cue ball.
Done a fine job there. We're not going to count racks over because Chan has showed us that mistakes, silly mistakes, can creep into his game. But again, this is another wonderful chance. It's all about making sure from when he pots the purple 5 onto the green 6, he just leaves a natural angle. Then he'll just float down for the brown 7 and the rack should be over. He's proved to us the rack might not be over, but it should be over. Match has been played at a good pace as well. That's good to see because I don't believe we've got a shot clock.
Okay, pretty simple. Just draw up the side of the table the cue ball's on now. Just up the long rail. No reason to come across.
Should have used the rail there, JJ, surely.
Yeah, and he wanted to be out more towards the center, maybe just a touch versus behind it. But now he's just got to move the cue ball across one rail. He may be able to go forward, just play a little short side on the 8. And the human mind's crazy. Like a lot of players, they actually get more nervous when they're in position to win than they do before the match or maybe after they miss a few balls.
Trading racks here. Here's the in-off of the fire and break. That has led Chan to close the gap. That was the replay of the previous rack that went to the side of Chan. He will be breaking. Winner breaks.
Yeah, I don't think this could be correct, but maybe so. Jose Alberto Delgado, 9-1 already? Thought I saw it at 4-1. Now it's 9-1. It looks like a win over another Vietnamese player, Vuong Ngoc Long.
Well, the time is 10:43 a.m. here, and we started at 10, so 43-minute match there. So I'm sure there's been some kind of package put together.
Yeah, it was Anton Raga that won a match in, I think, 39 minutes yesterday. Okay, caught the one much thicker, drawing the cue ball around some 3-4 rails. Nothing down, so the Terminator back in business. You know, we have the Hanoi City Open start Tuesday, but when you think about just quality events in Asia, this is the Peri Open. It's got to be, one of the biggest in a long time. The one that starts Tuesday is even bigger.
Yeah, fantastic 2 weeks here in Vietnam for pool fans. I'm sure there's many fans tuning in around the world to see their favourite players. SVB is still in the tournament. He plays the round of losers qualification, 12:30.
Yeah, 12:30, another push-out situation for Niels, and he'd love to be able to knock the 3 over by the 6-7, making that very difficult, but I don't think he can do much with the cue ball doing so. Can you really roll out to an offensive shot, a challenge of some sort here, Carl?
Well, I know one thing. It's got to be better than the previous push-out Niels played.
Yeah, I think I cut the 3 still towards the 6-7, trying to make that difficult. Come up the table for the 2-rail kick behind the ball. Don't really see much else.
Well, he's definitely thinking this one through. He's undecided. You could just see there with his mannerisms.
What if he rolled the 3 above the 6-7 on the side rail? I think that would do just as well.
Yeah, because it won't pocket then, will it? That's the original thought process. Obviously, so just sort of rolling the cue ball through a little.
I think you have to try and tie a ball up here and make something very difficult with the layout. Or let's say more difficult. Yeah, just roll it above this brown 7. Yeah, just like that. Smart shot.
Gives you that little bit of insurance, doesn't it, moving forward in the rack. I was always a fan of that type of play. That's probably because I don't possess the shot-making abilities of SVB. Do you think Shane would have played that shot there? What do you think Shane would have done different?
Shane may have just rolled out to the thinnest cut on the one you've ever seen, and sometimes it's not always offense with Shane. He'll roll out to the most difficult safety there is, which most players will pass back.
Chan passed it back last time. He's passed it back again.
Well, now by making the 3 difficult, he can play more of a mild safety, just kind of bumping the 1 up the rail, trying to use the purple, bringing the cue ball to the right a little bit. And even if he gives up a little bit of a look at it, it doesn't seem like it's going to be, devastating. Now, he wanted to cut off the left side of the 1. That's the side you want to cut off. That way you can't utilize the 3-4 and the 6-7 as a snooker.
Yeah, which he hasn't cut off that. Now distance can be made. Big wall of balls over where the green, the brown, the pink and the red ball is. Got to watch the scratch though in that corner, which he has done. I think he's left a piece of this ball.
Yeah, and I think he's made a 3-6 combination kind of playable later in the rack. May have to cut it this one, huh? If you don't have much else. Cueing may be awkward.
I always feel like with this type of shot, let's say if you had to play the cut, I just feel like there's certain players who you would really back. Skylar Woodward for me is one of the best at cutting the ball. I've never seen anything like it. Me on a personal note, I have no chance of making this ball. What was you like, JJ, if you had to cut this ball? Was you okay?
I was pretty good at the cut shot, yeah.
Maybe it's an American thing.
Practiced it a lot. I feel like it separates you a lot of times from one player to the next, certain runouts.
I think he's having a go. He was having a go, and he's done well there. He's done very well. Cue ball should just hold up. Yeah, that's a good pot. Yeah,
with that left open side of the table, the 8-5 there, you never know. You may get lucky if you happen to miss the ball. Not only that, Niels is here to win, of course, trying to survive, but that's got to be a confidence booster there.
Yeah, not out the woodwork just yet because issues on the 3 ball. I'm with you, JJ. It sort of looks like the 7 may help play that combo on the green 6 some way, but he's got the best view in the house.
Yeah, I think I come one rail towards the pink, and the safety behind the 6-7 is so good. If you get really nice, you should be able to move the 3 and kind of nestle the cue ball up underneath the brown 7 and green 6.
Yeah, roll the cue ball down the rail towards them 2 balls. He's having a look at this combo we spoke about. What he's doing here is he's just looking if he can hit the green on its own, if there's a clear path, or if there's a way of bumping the 7, which would send the red 3 onto the 6. Well, one thing's for sure, the way he plays the cue ball here now will tell us what he's going to play.
Yeah, and I think it'll be fairly conservative with the cue ball. The good thing is maybe the combo plays shooting the 3 into the rail and then into a piece of the 7 and onto the 6.
Gonna need a friendly nudge. Not sure what he was playing because it was all a bit hard, wasn't it? The pace. Maybe he was just trying to get it down and just take what the table was going to leave him. I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't either. I thought it would be a casual cue ball coming down the table. It kind of surprised me with that pace.
He does have a shot here though. He can sort of soft draw the cue ball down into the 6. The 3 ball may flick the pink 4, but it's all about getting a good cue ball. Got to be. This is a touchy shot though. If he's playing that, easy to overhit this cue ball.
Well, he actually let up on it a little bit.
Yeah, cue ball needed to hug the rail, and now it's not easy in the side. We've been out there, JJ. I was having a sneaky look. I'm sure you was as well. The pool player in you. I was having a sneaky look at the side pockets. There was quite scary from this angle. Also, the rail. Pay attention to where his hand goes on the table. You would not believe how thick that rail of the table is. It's so wide. Has he made it? He has.
Yeah, and I think, Niels, if he recognized what you said, the red hitting the pink, I think he realizes that's a plus for him on that last safety shot. Really just try to control the cue ball too much.
This ball still needs to be cued nice. Don't be fooled. There's a bit of distance there. If you get too much into the cue ball, it can start to fly away from you.
I think it's easy to overcut as well. Hit it nice.
In a match where Lu Hu Chen should have been leading quite big, clearly he isn't. He's made a couple of glaring errors on the 8 ball. But he has a chance to tie this match up. And we do love to see a close match. We love to see the players sweat, don't we, JJ?
Yeah, absolutely. Makes our job the best. And it's funny when the matches get close, it seems like the strangest things happen.
Okay, this 9 ball to tie it up. Loser's qualification round this. The loser is out. The winner advances through to single elimination. 4-4. We got action.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Shot of the match there on the 1 from Niels. Didn't know exactly what he had in mind there from the 2 to the 3. Nice shot in the 3 on the side from Lou.
watching, this is a Peri Pool table as well. This is what the tournament is being played on. Dry break. That's also what can happen, JJ, with this new break rule. It's not guaranteed to keep making that one in the side, unless you're Ko Pin Chung, of course.
Yeah, didn't matter what he did. It seems like he made the one in the side. But yeah, it's kind of like the driver in golf is what I kind of equate it to. You feel like, one day you have it, and then the next day it kind of reminds you. I thought I'd see another push out here, but looks like Niels is going to take this on.
That is nasty. That was not good, was it?
Well, I think he was up against it, really. I think shooting at that took an awfully thin hit on the one. And at that pace, I thought if he did, he would go ahead and run the cue ball a little bit. Does have an open pocket and a little angle to bump the 9 to open the blue 2. Now the camera will fool you sometimes, even though it's a great look. Maybe not enough angle to get into the 9 with the cue ball. Maybe just a draw stroke here to try and open the balls.
He seen something we didn't, JJ. He had to play it off the tiddy into the corner to get on the 2 ball.
Yeah, the one railer, and it's amazing how often this happens. And it doesn't happen that often, but compared to it happening, period, it seems often.
I know the flukes are part of the game of pool. That's just the way it is, but it's never nice when you're sat in the chair, is it, when you Niels and you see that happen. But listen, Niels is a veteran. He's been around, well, longer than most, and he's probably still fuming about that poor safety shot he played.
Well, there's been a few this match. I mean, the rollout or the push out that didn't work out. He gave a ball in hand early in the rack. Just a few little mistakes.
Like the way he played that, just a little kill shot, just in case you don't hit the 4 into the pocket exactly where you want. Still got more chance of potting the ball.
Yeah, you and I talk about that stroke a lot of times. The players shoot the 9 with so much speed, where you and I may play a little bit more of a lighter stroke, trying to open the pocket a hair. And the main thing for me, Carl, is I just don't miss hit the cue ball whenever I hit the ball like that. It seems like when I swing harder is when things may break down. A little left spin to open up the cue ball here.
Tables seem to be running very nice, though. Seems very effortless from the players. Pockets are playing a little generous, has to be said. However, we've still seen balls being missed in this match. Wow, that was wide. That was very wide. He'll be delighted to see that ball fall.
Yeah, fluke there to open this rack. Kind of fluked the 9 a little bit. There, the stroke probably saved it more than anything.
Always felt like he should have had the lead in this match, didn't you? Only with the chances that he's had. Them two glaring errors on the 8 ball. But he's stuck him well, hasn't he? Neil's played a loose safety and, well, Chan's, he's not cueing the ball great. Why do you think he looks like prime Efren and then all of a sudden throws a weird one in? That's just...
lack of focus maybe. I think certain shots he's not used to on the slick table. I mean, I do believe the ball's cut a little easier. I just think the 9-ball maybe just a hair off on the aim, and couldn't really tell you otherwise. Don't know a lot about Lou. But I tell you, it's such a mental game. You can look at this match a lot of different ways. And Niels could feel like he's very lucky to be at 5-4, considering the opportunities he's had, considering his opponents.
Players on a quick timeout. Always expect a timeout to come at the most crucial time, don't you? So I'm sure it was Niels that took the timeout, just trying to regroup and slow his opponent down as well. There's always a bit of gamesmanship to be had. We love a bit of that.
No, absolutely. There's definitely certain times you think about the timeout and they should be used.
Prius Labutis going along nicely, 6-2 up against Do Viet Dong. Well, Pacelli's on the hill. We were speaking about that young man earlier with his fantastic week at the US Open. He's 8-1 up. Live scores are available on digitalpool.com. That was very thin, but he's made the one.
Yeah, kind of similar to his last break. I thought was a miss hit. Now playing it the same way, a little thinner one coming 3 rails underneath the rack with the cue ball.
Good to see. Sorry, JJ. I was just going to say Chang Yulong is on the hill. Good to see himself here competing. Always enjoy watching him. He's playing Patrick J. De La Cruz Gonzalez from the Philippines. What a name that is.
Yeah, I've always loved Chang's game, and he would always go to the U.S. Open. That would be about the only tournament I would see all year. But I expected him to win it one day. Still hasn't gotten it.
Got to back yourself to knock this ball in. If he can hold it, he may choose to, but angle looks steep, so he's probably going to send the cue ball off the side rail near that pink 4-ball. There it is. He makes them balls.
Yeah, I really think maybe the first 8 was something mental. The second 8 was certainly just a lack of focus, the one on the side. The players have to realize, especially on the slick table, it's not really about what you want to do so much. It's more about what needs done. I think if you get to where you can't get quite as comfortable as your club table or your training table. Okay, he's got to get good on the purple to get back on the green after knocking this pink 4 in. This winter break format with all these great players, it feels like 2 games shouldn't mean much, but in this particular match at the moment, feels like a lot. Come between the 6-9 here, Carl. That way you stay off the rail and straight, maybe.
I like that route. Definitely like that route. Chan also likes that route. Any angle on this 7 now is crucial. That's why you could see the big power draw. May have to play the 8 up into top left.
Yeah, I don't know if the inside will grab enough a running English here to come 2 rails above the 8. May draw across. I don't know. He's trying the inside. He may bump the 8 here. Oh, no, he drew it. Nice.
Wow, he found a little gap there.
Yeah, and that shot, you make sure you realize you can bump the 8 a hair a lot of times coming across. Getting a little pep in his step as well. Getting more comfortable. Oh, once he saw the black 8 down, he knew it was good.
Yeah, he was good. Got past the worst ball on the table. It was a great opening shot on the blue 2. That's carved out this chance for a 2-rack lead. Niels with a little bit of something to think about in the chair. That was the blue 2 I was talking about. Nice opening pot. Then it was just a case of connecting the dots. And there's something about when you play on a super fast, slick table where the pockets are sliding in a little more generous than we've been seeing on the big major open events, where the layouts just seem like the players are going to run the table that little bit more. I think that's what we're seeing here. Anyway, it's 6-4 to Chan over Fayan. Loser is out. The winner puts their name into the hat.
Well, you can see, like I said earlier, the conditions, they always keep them incredible, it seems, in the tournaments in Asia. And here at the Peri Pool Arena, seems even better. Beautiful place. Food's not bad either. Had a little bit yesterday.
A little bit? You never stopped eating, man.
Well, now we're going to get to change subjects. We're going to get to see the push out here from Lou. We haven't seen one of those, I don't think, in the match. It's been 2 push outs from Niels Fayan.
Yeah, and if you watch a lot of Nineball and you're a super fan of the sport and you understand the break rule, the World Nineball Tour has moved the 9-ball on the spot, which is level with the middle diamond on the long rail. And whenever you have the 1 ball on the spot, Niels would be sat in his chair praying he gets back out of his chair, because I remember going to Singapore at the back end of...
Yeah, and I'll tell you, he made I think a mistake here with the push out. The bank is open. The safety's easy. Yeah, I would have pushed out near the brown 7 on the rail, leaving a real challenge shot with no offer of position, really.
Yeah, basically what he's done here is just give the safety shot, the shot to Niels. There's no way he's passing this ball back. Not a chance.
Yeah, you can certainly see the left side. You can see the 5-6-9 in the middle of the table. Cut the 2 to the side rail, bring it down to the bottom. Cue ball behind the pink.
JJ, let's talk about the push to the complete novice or the amateur player who's not very good. Sorry to call all you guys out there in the world, but what are you trying to achieve on the push? Why is Niels going to take this as opposed to give it back? What's the idea to the layman? Let's explain it to the layman.
Yeah, well, first off, the push is, of course, after the break only in 9-ball pool. And the incoming player has the option to either take the shot after the push out or give it back. And you're just trying to increase your advantage. If you're the one having to push out at any level, you're taking the worst of it. So you're trying to lengthen the game, maybe make the run out a little more difficult.
Yeah, so me and you are playing. You play the push out. You want me to come to the table to think, I don't really like it, but I don't want to give it back, sort of thing.
Yeah, you want them on the fence. Yeah, you want them on the fence. Not only not knowing. Another thing, when you're pushing out, don't give away what you're thinking. That way you don't clue them in.
Yeah, so don't go around
measuring and all that.
Chalking places, yeah.
Exactly.
Or maybe walk somewhere else.
Oh, Efren used to be the worst. People used to tell me about Efren. Don't believe a thing you see when he's pushing out.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so basically Niels just got down and played that obvious safety. Yeah, it was a strange moment. Anyway, he's kicking at this ball.
Yeah.
Might get away with it still.
Yeah, but the thing is, on the push out, to get back at it just for a second, you certainly don't want your opponent to run out, but you don't want to leave an easy safety. This is the thing Nick Varner always told me. You want to push out to where you think you have a good chance to get it back. That's what you're trying to achieve.
Right, okay. That makes sense. Got to be careful with the scratch here.
Tough kick on the slick table. And it was the push out that really cost him this shot.
Yeah, and that pleases me when I see that. I like that when I feel like he's rolled out into a poor position and then Niels just plays the safety. I like it when Niels gets back to the table with this opportunity. I'd hate to see Niels be punished.
Well, that's also part of the push out. Sometimes you push out knowing you're going to get snookered, but the kick shot isn't too bad. That happens at our level, or let's say these guys' level. You and I don't know what our level is now, but you know what I mean? Like, you're going to push out knowing you're going to probably get snookered, but it's a doable situation.
Yeah, Niels has had a look because he's got to make sure he gets this cue ball back down.
Use the side rail a little bit, pocketing the two.
Yeah, he couldn't really get far down, I don't believe. He'd have had to hit it a little bit firmer, so he's got work to do here on this 3-ball.
Well, this is where the slick table is the concern. Is really about the cue ball off of shots with not a whole lot of angle. Anytime you have not much angle, that means you have to put more speed into the stroke, and that's where you can kind of lose pace and a little bit of the line of the cue ball. Boy, what a fantastic pool room here, though. Just a couple blocks from where we're staying, but just a gorgeous place. Many of the players saying this is the nicest pool room they've been to in a long time. May have to take a little gamble here. Some speed drawing the ball. He got by the 5. Looks like speed on the cue ball is good. Looks like the hard work is done for Niels. Of course, can't let up in 9-ball pool at all. It's so mental.
Yeah, so far so good in this match. We've been treated to a little classic and it's only losers qualification round. Still an abundance of talent out there. Great field here at the Peri 9-ball Open. Going to send the cue ball off the top rail.
The cue ball surprised me a little bit there, Carl. Kind of checked nicely off the top rail. Does he kill it for the corner?
Yeah, I believe he kills it. Ko Ping Chung is a genius at hitting this shot. He's lost the cue ball a little bit. It's still okay, don't get me wrong. Now he's going to have to come across the face of the 9.
Yeah, and this is where the players want to stay off the rail with the cue ball, especially if there's any angle on the 9.
Probably see Niels use the second round. Well, he didn't. He held it okay. And that's okay. Well, that rap was all about the push out, wasn't it? Chan played a bit of a strange one. Niels got down straight away, played the safety. And he's back to just 1 behind.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say either player has gotten the breakdown in this match. There's been some variance on what type of breaks they played with the speed control and the cue ball placement.
Niels will be breaking in rack 12. Winner breaks. Took a little bit of that pace off we spoke about. And this is okay. He's got a shot at the 2. It passes the 8 ball. We are live from the Peri Pool Arena here in Hanoi, Vietnam. $104,000 prize fund, 25 for the top place.
Kind of like our opening rack. Most of the balls staying on the bottom end of the table. It's got an angle on the 2 to come across. The worry is really the purple 5 later in the rack. Doesn't seem like it has a pocket on the bottom end. 5-9 combo might do, though. Kind of look to see if the 3 passed the 8. Is he going to draw above this 3 ball here? Thought he'd just slide over for the side.
Five-nine combo.
Well, it looks as good as any because it's going to be a 6-9 if he tries to play some type of short side position on the 5. So I don't see the reason why not to play the 5-9 early. Not only that, he's in position now to go forward on the 4 to come back for that 5-9 pretty easily.
Well, that might have landed in the worst possible position. He's got a bit of an angle, but he's going to have to start hitting this a little hard now.
I kind of agree with you, Carl. It fell in that little funny spot where I may draw back now for the 5 in the side and play the 6-9 later. Oh, he hit that beautifully. Probably the best stroke of the day for Niels, in my opinion.
Yeah, kind of stun draw with a little bit of right, just to pull the cue ball back. Hit it very pure, made it look very easy as well. This to tie the match up, that's what he's faced with. It looks very easy on the camera. It's not the worst of combos. Hit the 5 into the centre of the pocket, you make the 9. And there it is, we're tied at 6 apiece. Of course we would be tied. This match is begging for a hill finish.
Yeah, the stroke on the 4, I think, was the most fluid stroke I've seen from Niels. And even this big, long-time pro, now going to be a Hall of Famer inducted here shortly, a few months. Still, the nerves get going in all these big moments.
Yeah, and he still looks 25 years of age. Life's good for Niels Fayant. Still desperate to get back to represent Europe at some point. I know that's high up to be one of his achievements, to try and get back playing for that team. Doesn't want to be captain just yet.
Yeah, well, I think that U.S. Open we talked about is something he's still building towards, or any major title.
Very soft on the break here.
Yeah, he's had a variety of speeds in this match on the breaking end. Think he will get a look at the blue 2? Well, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe the purple 5 ball has gotten involved. You can see how sometimes the template rack gets involved with balls after the break. The referees have the best tools to replace the balls, moving the template rack.
This is all going to come down to how much, or if any, of the blue 2 Niels can see. Overhead's not giving too much away.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I think the purple 5 and the 9 has really got him cut off. Or is he looking more at the red 3 now? Like maybe there's a bank on the 2?
Well, that's what he's just kind of signalled to me, as if he's playing the bank. Maybe he can't see enough of the 2 to bank it, but maybe he's thinking with a bit of spin, try and throw the bank in.
Yeah, maybe so. I think if the pink 4 is there, not there, I think you may see him go really aggressive here on the bank and draw the cue ball to open up the 3-9.
I believe he can get through to that ball.
Yeah, I definitely think so. He hasn't really contemplated any push-out scenarios. Cueing low on the ball. Must fancy it.
Wow, I thought he made that ball.
Me too. It must have just barely hit the upper knuckle on the pocket. I know we'll get another look soon, but yeah, I'm like you, Carl, though. When I saw it come off the cue ball, I kind of paid attention to what the cue ball was doing.
That's exactly what I did. I was looking at where the 3 and the cue ball were.
Yeah, speaking of banks, I think it does go. May not elect to play it, though. And his safeties overall have been pretty good in this match.
Yeah, speed there was tremendous. It was one of the easiest safety shots, but you've still got to judge the speed.
Yeah, and all those that are easier, the better you hit it, you get a little more out of it. And now one rail kick that may offer a big scratch off the blue 2 in that side pocket. I don't know, maybe the 2's okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if he can play this pace. I don't know if he's got a... It depends how much of that rail he can see.
Well, I think he's got to go to that side rail, but that's a great look there. So he can bend it. He can kind of go natural. He can spin it with inside or outside English. Little preference.
Trying to pot this ball. Wow, he avoided the scratch. He's disappointed, but you're not always going to get away with that one, are you, JJ? I think the fact that he's left a bit of distance from where we're sat, it's easy to think it's not the worst leave, but in Niels' chair, I understand what he's thinking.
Yeah, he's trying to buy a roll, I think. Feels like he hadn't gotten many in this match, and like you said, he's left some distance on the 2 and a little bit of awkward cueing over the purple 5. This is the difference. Shot from distance requires some speed. He can't use the side rail like Niels could earlier on some shots.
He's taking a lot of time here, but I think this is just fairly obvious, this shot. I think you've just got to pot it and kind of graze across that 7 ball. just make sure you pot that ball.
Yeah, it doesn't require a ton of draw, really.
There's a perfect angle. I think he's just worried about the pot. Oh, he's hit it good. And that is fine. Where it's finished is actually ideal. It's okay. As long as you've got some form of pot. Playing it into a nice generous pocket, you can just kill the cue ball. He's looking at coming across the face of the 4. Do you like that shot, JJ?
I don't mind it. I think you got to get used to shooting this and not really hitting it that hard to come across. I think the table will play well enough with the speed of the bed to come across. I think you make it missable if you put a little speed. But you would be amazed what you're thinking is you can really hold the ball on the slick table from a lot of steep angles if you kind of know the shot.
Yeah, I think that's just a lot of my time was played in that one table arena, and when I look at this shot here, it's just begging to be killed.
Yeah, of course they are playing a little friendly here, but you didn't have to play on the 4 inches much either.
No, but I grew up on a snooker table a little bit. I'm not scared. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I mean, listen, I get it. He's playing a lot more, but that'd scare me going into that rail with a bit of pace like he did.
Well, that's why a bit of practice time, they don't get a lot, but you have to learn with that one rack here and there.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, they've played matches. He lost his opening match. He lost it heavily as well, I believe 9-1.
Well, he probably saw his opponent use that side rail a few times. But it's still hard to kind of think that way.
Yeah, tell yourself, yeah.
Well, approaching the latter third of this match, and of course, their tournament life. 1 game lead and breaking the balls looks much bigger. Oh, okay. Whew, got a lot closer to that side than I imagined. He just pull this up the left side rail. Oh, he's coming across.
Yeah, we're just thinking, can he still hold the cue ball, or is it a little steeper than we believe?
Yeah, and I think this is where the camera fools us at times.
But I'm with you, coming near that middle where the 9 is, it all starts to get a little bit sketchy in the brain.
He's played it nice, though, hitting just above the side. Got off the rail with the cue ball as well.
Yeah, how well did he hit that shot there? Beautiful. But he is on the 8 ball. This is a ball he's missed a couple of times, but not now. He takes the lead again. 7 racks to 6. Niels went for the bank on the opening shot. Couldn't really blame him.
Another time, though, just like the bank that Lou missed early in the match. He expects the new felt to spread a little bit. Banked it a little high and now trails 7-6.
Let's try and have a look at a little scores of around the arena. A lot of Filipinos playing in this event, JJ. Some names I'm certainly not familiar with. I don't know about your good self.
Now, I met a few of the youngsters yesterday, and of course the crowd they're running around with, you know they're great players already. And probably here these next 2 weeks or week and a half left here in Hanoi is kind of a big time for them. Getting some international experience and making a name for themselves as Anton Raga has of late. Johan Chua, of course, and him and James Aranis, World Cup of Pool champions, and they did it in style. That's what I love about that event, and I'll never forget it.
Well, here's a Filipino. Albert James Manas is tied 7-7 with Kopo Cheng. Now, if you're not familiar with Kopo Cheng, he's the player, the man, who lost to Wu Cha Ching in the World Nineball Championship final in 2005.
And he won it one year as well, correct? I thought he won the World Nineball.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm going to have a little look.
Yeah, I was there whenever Wu beat him in the final, and he actually had Skylar Woodward on the ropes yesterday in a match. Was up 6-2, I believe it was, and I asked who was beating Skylar, and I was informed. It's been many years since I've seen him.
Yeah, he lost to Bustamante in the 2010 final.
Okay, so two-time a finalist.
Nicknamed the Little Monster.
Yeah, well, now he's like me. He's got a lot of gray hair, and I just didn't realize it was him.
Yeah, I need to see that guy. I've not seen him here yet. Literally, the last time I seen him is probably when he lost to Bustamante, but of course I remember him losing to Wu more than that one.
Yeah, like just the friendliest guy, most innocent. Wouldn't believe he's a cold-blooded killer. Now what's up with that push-out? Didn't remove the cue ball. Didn't move it anywhere. Is that just a little gamesmanship? See if you like where it lays, and maybe you do, maybe you don't. I mean, sometimes when you're thinking about rolling out for a jump, you might move it on the same line but a little closer, or a kick. But here he didn't move it at all, and he can see a piece of the one. Interesting. I'm not sure. I think Lou passed this back quickly, and the only thing I can see here is trying to, edge the one to the side rail, let it roll over to the top rail with the object ball, and just bring the cue ball one rail towards the 3. Really don't see a whole lot.
Niels is playing the shot. Chan doesn't fancy it. I think the shot he will play is what JJ has just spoke about.
He's going to love that. Well, maybe he's giving up a little of the right side of the one. The kick behind it, not that great, unless you can get way under it. Because the 1 will be going towards the brown 7 and purple 5.
Yeah, that camera angle tells us you can't see a great deal of the right edge. Maybe not enough to do damage anyway.
If he has to kick up underneath this, I may put more speed on this, knowing the 1's going into the 7. Or would you roll it lighter, Carl, and play the 1 into the purple, maybe bring the cue ball up on the 8?
I think that's what he's looking at. That tells me he's looking at this cue ball coming off that top rail, just really trying to find that correct angle. But to play a kick and stick, the 1 ball's definitely going towards the purple. Did he get lucky?
Well, I don't know if he got the snooker, but he didn't leave an easy shot, even though, oh, wow. Well, Niels is probably fuming.
Yeah, because Niels, he would have known there was no real easy kick safe there for Chancel to get away with that one like he has. Kick shot offers a lot, though. Yeah,
either side. And this is where you just try to play the correct speed, whether I hit the 1 on the top or bottom. The one you want to stay away from is right in the face. You don't want to hit the 1 right in the face. But there's options there. Maybe fluke the 2, maybe fluke the 1.
Niels is just splitting the gap between cue ball and 1 ball. And then the knowledge comes in, doesn't it? How to hit the cue ball, the cloth, the balls.
I don't like a lot of speed here. He put a lot more speed than I anticipated. He's going to get a great result, it looks like. Or some kind of result.
He's left the gap.
Yeah, and anything on that half of the table up towards the 3, it looks like there is no gap, but it found it.
You can just see Niels is begging for that pool roll, isn't he? He's desperate for one, but that's okay.
You going to run the cue ball here behind, back into the same position?
Yeah, I like it.
It's got to go.
Nicely done. Using them 2 balls, the brown 7, the purple 5 as big targets. Neil's got the short stick. Well, we are really at the juicy part of this match. It's been a classic. Our first match here in Vietnam, JJ. We've been treated here.
Yeah, absolutely. And players got here early preparing for these matches and knowing it's going to be a long day. Whoever advances through these first 2 rounds of loser qualification has to play back in the final 64 this evening. I think he jumps at this, tries to bank the 1-up table. Don't see him going for the make, and there's not much of a pocket there anyways. So cuts the 1 a little bit, doesn't want to catch the 3, bringing the cue ball down on the bottom and the 1 sending the 1 up top.
Seems happy.
Yeah, a lot of body language there.
This is a tester though, because if he can pot it, yeah, he can pot it. The natural path rolling the cue ball forward is going towards the brown and the purple. Raga's very good at this shot. This is a little touchy one if he's trying to just creep 2 rails back out, but boy, it's easy to scratch. Look where he's aiming.
He's playing safe. He's not attacking.
He's playing safe.
Oh, he did attack.
Yeah, that is the exact shot I was talking about. Raga is very good at that one. Hit that pure.
It's kind of like a heavy drag draw, kind of like a stroke.
Yeah, very easy to decelerate or put too much into the cue ball.
Yeah, and the craziest thing about the Nineball players, the top players and on down is they practice a lot, but you can't practice them all. It's just impossible, and they have to learn on the fly.
Now, what kind of angle has Neil's got here? He'd like to thump this ball in and come off the left rail. If it's a little straight and he can't do that, drawing back, is he going near the 6?
I think he might come all the way to the bottom rail. That's what the angle tells me. And looking at that blue 2, right, that he just knocked in, that's more of like a shot to take on saying I'm trying to win the tournament because I can't back down.
Yeah, Neil's prefers to play that shot if he can. He would rather thump the ball than like an SVB who's not scared of drawing right back. He's grinding away, he's fighting. Cue ball's not been perfect. It's still not perfect, but at least he's at the table. Boy, what a big rack this is. You tie it up or your opponent gets on the hill.
I think he's got to come back for the side. I think if you're going to take a little chance, you got to take a chance to where there's really easy position on the 6. If he just draws back a little, the green 6 to the corner is going to be difficult.
Yeah, drawing back to where the cue ball is now, like so. You're guaranteed some kind of shot. Now, what shot he's faced with may be quite ugly, because he can only see the top of the cue ball. Yeah, I think going forward, is it going near the corner?
I think so. Well, that tells me maybe he can beat it. Yeah, just above it on the side rail. But he's got to kind of hit it at a slow pace and kind of creep it around the table.
Yeah, and often when you look at it initially, you think, oh no, I'm going to scratch. But once you step back and come back into the shot, let's see where the cue ball's going. Yeah, it goes there. Sometimes you just got to have that second look.
Yeah, easy to panic at that first look. Here's that kind of nip stroke you were talking about. No reason to go to the rail with the cue ball.
Purposely played it into that rail. Offers a big pocket. Hold the cue ball.
Yeah, to tie this at 7 apiece, and I'll tell you, the break's going to be a huge part down the stretch, and I don't think I've seen two breaks the same from both players.
$14 racks have been played. Nothing splits these two here in losers qualification round. We're tied at 7 racks to 7.
Yeah, classy out there from Niels. That 2-ball he took on, I think, was a big shot. And what I was getting at is, you know, if he's looking at winning this match or maybe taking the best of it, you could maybe say the duck on the 2 was there. But he's going to have to knock those kind of balls in to win this Peri Open and then leading into the Hanoi City Open next week.
Yeah, he's just in a bit of a dogfight here. This has been back and forth, this match. It's been a real classic. I think we've got another timeout, but we've got some breaking news, JJ, in the world of Nineball, the World Nineball Tour. This is the Peri Nineball Open. On Tuesday, the Hanoi Open starts, the inaugural. Eklund Catcher is back.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's great to hear. And, you know, the real question is how back is he when he arrives? But just to be, you know, here, that means he feels good enough that he can be competitive. He's looking towards the future, of course, and good to see not too long away from what I thought was going to send his play was going to send him to number 1 in the world is what I saw.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate incident. He had some kind of off-road buggy accident, and I believe he injured his left arm, the arm that he puts on the table. And with you, probably not 100% fit, but we are getting to that Mosconi Cup sort of area, and he was looking real strong. You know, the performance he was putting in, he lost in the World Pool Masters final to Ko Ping-yi. Then he won
UK Open.
UK Open, played flawless in that tournament, and then unfortunately had the incident. I've seen a few videos of him practicing. He's got the bandage on. Maybe he can't do all the bridges, but listen, he knows.
I think it was the extension of the arm is what I saw a little, you know, like it was always a little more bent, I think. So, but I mean, you know, Mosconi's always going to be there. But for him, I thought he saw himself coming into a position he hadn't been in yet, you know, both mentally and physically.
Yeah, he comes under that bracket of the young guns. The Joshua Filler, Eklund Catchy, Fedor Gorst, all sort of early 20s and at the top of the game, really. I'm sure I've missed somebody else out as well.
Oh, there's tons, and Neil's back at it, but I said I don't think there's ever been a more deserving U.S. Open champion the way Ko Ping-chung played his last 3 or 4 matches, really the entire event. But I've never seen a final played on such tough pockets like I saw the UK Open by Eklund Catchy.
28, Ko Ping-chung, so he's still a young man as well. Look at this break, by the way.
Yeah, well, they say life and everything's about timing. Well, couldn't have timed a better break off for now Hall of Famer Niels Fan.
Cue ball come off a little thin.
Well, I think he's tried a variety of breaks here, and maybe because it hasn't worked out so far for him, you know, one break or another for, you know, his first few matches in the event.
Referee's doing a fine job in this match as well, removing the template.
And even though a nice dress up here on the blue 2, he's going to have to carry an angle on the red 3, which may start to get things a little awkward getting from the 4 to the 6.
And the 3 to the 4, by the way. It's not guaranteed, is it?
No, and like I said, he can't. The 8 does play. That's a great look at those 2 balls. But this angle on the 2, again, doesn't allow him to get very heavy on the 3, so even though a nice spread and a great starter, nothing easy on this out at 7-7. You can get below the pink 4 for the lower left, but that sends you in a funny way towards the 6. He'd love to come 2 rails above this, to the left side of the table with the cue ball, but maybe there's more room there than I think below the 9 to play the pink 4 in the lower left.
Always seems to be the case with this camera angle, doesn't it? Always deceives you. But he's still got to get into the cue ball. Again, very easy for the spin not to react exactly how you would want it. So let's have a look. Is he trying to hold the cue ball or play twice across? Oh, he's hit this good, JJ. He has hit this absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it didn't get too thin on it. Got enough to see it, but thick enough to where he can easily hold for the green 6.
Hours and hours of practice, that shot. Didn't have a lot of room at all, actually, after all.
No, pushed it to the limit, but got the most out of it. And I think sometimes even the greats can overanalyze a little bit, especially when the pressure's on. So just simple here. You can carry an angle on the green 6. The 8 plays to both pockets, so getting on the 7 shouldn't be too much of an issue.
You think the 8 goes in the bottom left corner as well?
I think from the last camera angle they showed, I believe it does go to the bottom left. I probably would have tried to fall more straight on the 6, playing the 7 in the left. That way I can always roll into position for the 8 in the lower right. But
yeah, because Niels knows don't get the cue ball on the rail, but he'd like to use that rail, because if you don't use the rail, you could end up short on the 7. You could end up short on the 7.
Yeah, and he caught the 6 way thick.
I don't think the 8 goes in this other corner, JJ. I think it only goes in the bottom right.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do then still.
Goes in the centre.
He's going to try and check it down the left side where he's standing. And that's one thing about when you're in good position and you're close to the object ball. You can really manipulate quite a bit.
Not where he wanted the cue ball when he started this run out. But he's at the table with a natural angle just to pot the 8. The cue ball will come round off a couple of rails for the 9 in the same pocket. This is a big chance to get on the hill. Big chance gone. What has he left? Is it an easy bottom rail kick?
Yeah, you can definitely get at the 8, I think, whether it's rail first or ball first. And pocket's kind of showing one that shouldn't go, you would think, from that angle. But again, you can use a little bit more of it, when you're playing a ball down the rail.
And I think that's the side of the game the younger players we've just been speaking about. Get down and fire that 8 ball in. Okay, that's what he's got. Oh, cue ball's going to come up nicely. Niels will be kicking himself.
Yeah, and that 8 fell where, it was funny to go forward. Too much angle to draw it. That's why you saw a shake of the head when he saw the layout. Still a ball he's supposed to make.
So this time it's Chan's turn to steal a rack off a missed 8 ball. He's missed a couple himself. That was the break off from Niels, what led to this opportunity. It was a little tricky layout, but the first couple of shots he handled really well and it looked like he'd done enough. This was the shot. Should he use the second rail? JJ said he hit it a little bit thick, which he did. That led to this missed 8, which led to Chan getting on the hill first. He will have the break for the match. Yeah, we were just talking about Eklund Catchy. If you missed that, if you are just tuning in, Eklund Catchy has been out for a few months due to some kind of off-road buggy car accident where his left hand was damaged. He's back for the Hanoi Open, which starts on Tuesday 10th through to the 15th. Eklund Catchy will be playing. Big news here. Also big news is the scratch off the break, firing straight back to the table. The break in this match has really offered up all kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, the tight one here and a lot of tight ones on the outer tables. 8-7 Rebong and Li Kunfeng. Chinese Taipei. David Al-Kaidi in a 7-7 battle with Van Huynh Nguyen. Gerson Martinez, another win from Vietnam at 8 apiece. So lots of close matches in the loser qualification.
Niels has got ball in hand, which helps because the one ball is in that tight little space. He's playing this in the middle. Well, this is a massive opportunity, JJ. All the balls are just sat nice, aren't they? 6 is over this corner, which leads to the brown 7.
Yeah, there's not too much of a ball that you could see that would start to get him out of line. And what happens is one tough ball leads to a ball 2 or 3 shots away that could become more difficult.
Yeah, the only way you sort of feel like this could go wrong is if he doesn't get out far enough on the 8 to play for the 9 in the bottom left corner. So he has to come across the face of it and just doesn't land perfect.
Yeah, and this is where, if you're in good position, you really want to stay aggressive, getting a little closer to the 6. You don't have to get real close. But the 6 is the type of shot where if you play it to a certain side of the pocket, you could get a little funny on the 7. So you don't want to shoot the 6 from a long ways away. Now this is the difference where on the slick table, on your home club table, you feel like you can come 2 cushions, getting closer to the 7, and still get the angle. Where here you may just come 1 cushion straight at the 7, guaranteeing the angle on the 7 to get to the 8.
That's ideal. Use the second rail. As long as he come off far enough, he can manipulate the cue ball. And this was important because he wants to get the cue ball out into the centre of the table. He wants to play the 9 in the bottom left, ideally. Yeah, now he can just pull the cue ball down the right hand side. That makes such a big difference because he's not coming across the face of the potting angle for the 9. Just means your work is all easy. Well, first game, JJ, for us in Vietnam. Well, he's come across the face. It's okay. I was just saying, it's our first game in Vietnam, JJ, at the Peri Nineball Open. It's going to go down to 1 rack because this match is tied at 8-8. Niels will be breaking in the decider.
Yeah, and pretty just 8-8 as well. A few mistakes by both. I think Maybe Lou's gotten a little of the fortune, maybe a little bit more than Niels, but
yeah, but nothing major. Niels did have the fluke on the jump shot in one of the racks, but all in all, I think it's been fairly even.
he'd like a carbon copy from his last break off and take his chances.
Yeah, you're just praying the cue ball stays on the table and that one ball disappears, and whatever the table gives you, well, at least you're at the table.
I think there's only been one rack where there's been another ball down on the break besides the one. I think it was Niels. He actually made 3 on the break about mid-match. We'll see what kind of speed. It's been the lighter one that's been more successful so far in this match for Niels. He's missed the one high. The cue ball got kicked. It's going to be a dry break. This seems to always happen to Hill. Hardly ever a break and run. Usually a push out, it seems, when it's Hill. And now look at the nasty 5-7 up the table. Really got congested. It's going to be a long game, most likely.
Perfect scenario. If you want to see a final rack shootout in any match, this is the layout you want. Just because both players are going to get to the table.
We say that. This 1-6, even though it's far away, I know it lays nice. May have a look at that because the 3 does offer a little play to maybe open up the 5-7 with the 4 near.
Well, you're feeling very attacking today, JJ.
I always like to stay aggressive if it looked nice to me. Now, it looks like it lays really nice for a combination that's, 2-3 diamonds away from the pocket. And the safety to me looks touchy.
Let's not forget the loser of this match is out of the Peri Nineball Open. Winner advances through to the single elimination round. Last 32.
Bank the 1 at the 5-7. Cue ball behind the 2, maybe.
Didn't quite get the right angle, did he? Cue ball, the 1 ball rather, has gone over the pocket, which meant the cue ball didn't go behind the blue 2.
Yeah, I think the slick table got the best of him there. Really didn't grab like he expected off the side rail. And I'll tell you, the most difficult thing here for Niels is getting some position. I think he's got to attack.
Yeah, playing this with low to top, cue ball will spin away from him a little bit and just won't get back down the table.
Yeah, with the 5-7, such an ugly position. I like just kind of rolling this in medium, getting to the center of the table and making a decision from there. Could pull this a couple rails, though, drawing it, right?
He doesn't mind throwing the arm at it, but I think he's playing your first choice, JJ. Just get the centre of the table.
Well, the cut's very playable from there. Did you use the 9 here, Carl? To try and hold the cue ball?
Yeah, if he does that, are you saying he's going to play your shot and try and break the 2 balls out?
Well, he could break him out now. I think he can get by the 9, but that's a little risky with the 3 kind of an awkward spot past the side. So,
yeah, that doesn't look too kind to me.
that's Hill. I mean, you have to be really confident in the breakout. Otherwise, you just run to the safety on the 5. Now, is the 9 going to get in the way of the breakout? Now the breakout looks a little dangerous, but it's there.
Yeah, it's just gone in that funny little spot now, hasn't it?
Yeah, all these guys are aggressive. Sometimes hard to pull the reins back on that aggression, but I think he's got to play the 3, the pink 4, and get behind the 5 to play some type of safety. This is your tournament life at 8-8.
Yeah, you'd be chanting your arm going into these 2 balls. I think if the 9 had dropped a little shorter, he'd have been tempted, but I think he's glancing across with his eyes. Is he going to play it? Is he going to take the risk?
Or he's gone aggressive when they're, kind of been on the fence. And now he's gotten jacked up, going away from the purple 5. And I tell you, that shows a lot of heart, though, attacking.
Yeah, he's actually done really well there because it weren't the natural angle, was it? It kind of like arcs into them too. How much of the cue ball can he see?
Right, really unlucky to go the rail and come into the 7 and the cue ball not getting freed up. That's like 1 out of 10, it looked like.
The only thing I would say is where the 4 ball is, JJ, it offers a nice pocket. So this is just back yourself, stay still. Make sure you deliver the cue through a straight line. No spin on the cue ball.
I wouldn't baby it too much, though, Carl. I would take a little more on the 5 to get a little more on the 4 here. Make it slide up that rail a little bit. Like that.
Well, so far so good here at Hill. Not out of the woodwork just yet. He's got probably another 2 good shots to play, but so far this has been a great effort. And that's what I meant. If you see where the 4 ball hit, Niels knows better than anyone that he's offering a big pocket, so that would have made him feel a lot easier. That exact shot, if you put it on the outside tables at US Open, boy, that's a scary shot.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, on the slick table, if you baby that a little bit, it actually bounces off that rail a little more and maybe misses, but with a little more speed, it tends to slide. And now really the shot of the match here on the 5. And once you've trained yourself of understanding what you can use on those type of shots, even distance, you can see, played it pretty simple.
Yeah, this type of shot is all about what Niels Fine is about. He likes to really power this ball in.
The further the object ball gets away from the side rail, though, it becomes more awkward. And I don't think this ball could have fallen any more awkward, to be fair.
No, it's just so used to seeing him power this shot in, come back out. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that is classic Niels. Not many players do it better. Shane's up there for me as well with that type of shot.
And I'll tell you, they're making him really work here. This ball, if it got straight, this is going to be difficult. He's kind of drawn on top of the 8 off of one cushion. I think he can cheat it going forward.
Well, I was just going to say, can he reach it okay? Oh, he's going to have to get the extension on the cue. Referee will be paying close attention to the 8 ball and Niels' clothing as well. Listen, just get on the 8 ball. It doesn't matter. The 9 ball's pretty much over the pocket. It's one good shot for the match. These balls were awkward. Remember the safety shot from Chan? That led to this opportunity. Not an easy opportunity.
I tell you, I think he's got to cheat this a little bit. Even drawing it to the side rail, he could end up on top of the 8. It's going to slide once it hits this side rail.
Yeah, he's really bothered about this 8 ball. A little bit of delayed draw. There you see he's miles away from it.
But that's smart. Once you know you're good, just never lower it.
Well, I'll tell you what, JJ, this has been a phenomenal run out. How much confidence will this give Niels moving forward?
Well, not only that, not only having to execute, but make some very difficult decisions here in the final rack. Some decisions that really, all about your tournament life.
This is why you practice all the hours. This is why it's paid off. because it's Niels Fired who gets through to the final 32 with a phenomenal run out at Hill Hill. His name is in the hat, and we will be back in about 25 minutes' time.
Hard to see.
If I hit him low, I'm screwed, right? I gotta take a chance now on the high side. Then I gotta roll the four, knowing that you're gonna get a long five. I was gonna go off the rail, but the nine came in. Yeah, I was gonna just slam into him. Yep. Ask yourself, you're here. Oh, you got short time? Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. You take this.
Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ, trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng Nineball Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV Cup, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiard Promotion.
Cổng bán vé Hanoi Open đã chính thức mở cửa. Chỉ từ 200.000, bạn đã có cho mình một chiếc vé để chứng kiến những cầu thủ hàng đầu thế giới tham gia tại Hanoi Open. Cơ hội để góp mặt tại một sự kiện Billiard đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam đang gần bạn hơn bao giờ hết. Nhanh tay vì số lượng vé có hạn. Giải đấu diễn ra từ ngày 10 tháng 10 tới ngày 15 tháng 10 tại Cung Điển Kinh, Mỹ Đình. Hãy sở hữu cho mình một chiếc vé để không bỏ lỡ sự kiện lịch sử của Billiard Việt Nam.
Do you want to listen off air? Because they've given me a new microphone. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter.
Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ, trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng Nineball Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV Cup, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiard Promotion.
Xin chào quý vị và các bạn, và chúng ta lại đến với lượt thi đấu thứ hai trong ngày thi đấu thứ ba hôm nay của giải Peri Nineball Open 2023. Trong lượt trận thứ nhất vừa rồi thì chúng tôi đã mang đến cho quý vị và các bạn trận đấu giữa Lu Hui Cheng và Neil Fajan, và trong diễn biến của các trận thi đấu khác thì có một bất ngờ đã xảy ra, đó là David Ankade, một trong những top cơ thủ thì đã không may bị loại và không có mặt trong top 64. Còn trong lượt thi đấu thứ hai này, chúng ta sẽ tìm ra 16 cơ thủ cuối cùng được góp mặt trong những cơ thủ 64 cơ thủ xuất sắc nhất. Và trận đấu mà chúng tôi sẽ mang đến cho các quý vị ngay sau đây sẽ là trận đấu giữa một cơ thủ Việt Nam Lương Đức Thiện và cơ thủ Ko Pin Han. Với Lương Đức Thiện thì chắc chắn chúng ta đều đã biết đây là một cơ thủ nổi tiếng của Việt Nam, và anh cũng đã tham gia khá nhiều các giải đấu quốc tế, đạt được những thành tích cũng có thể gọi là đáng nể. Còn Ko Pin Han thì là em trai út trong gia đình ba anh em nhà họ Cô, rất nổi tiếng trong giới bia. Chắc chắn đây sẽ là một trận đấu vô cùng hấp dẫn. Vì vậy, ngay sau đây mời quý vị cùng theo dõi trận đấu với chúng tôi.
Once again, please all audience remain silent before the match begins. Im lặng, xin yêu cầu tất cả các khán giả giữ im lặng trước khi các trận đấu được bắt đầu.
Chú còn giảm vào ấy, chú mày sẽ đánh.
Welcome back to the action here at the Peri Nineball Open. We are live at the Peri Pool Arena, Hanoi in Vietnam. This is Long Dog Tien. He's having his practice rack. And he will be playing Ko Ping Han, a familiar name in the world of Nineball. He is the younger brother, youngest of three. Ko Ping Yi is the eldest. He's the current World Masters champion, former World Nineball champion as well. And the middle brother, Ko Ping Chung, well, he just snapped off the biggest title of them all, the US Open Pool Championship. Surely it's Ko Ping Han's time to win a tournament, JJ?
Well, maybe a little more famous, the last name, than, you know, the two names that come prior, but certainly in a line of players that win titles, that being his two older brothers. And like you said, Ko Ping Chung taking off the biggest title in the game and did it in some kind of class. So if you're always looking for someone to learn from, which we talk about in pool so much, no one's in a better spot than Ko Ping Han. And I'll tell you, just looking at the end, since I've, you know, kind of seen him progress since the Premier League, saw a lot of cue action, maybe a little too much movement. Looks like he's kind of calmed it down a bit. And maybe just being in more big events, seeing some of the great players from around the world kind of rubbing off on the young man.
Ko Ping Han's time to have his practice rack before this match gets underway. Previous match, well, that had a lot of drama. Let's hope this one follows suit. Fayan come through with a Hill victory. He places his name in the draw for the final 32 at the inaugural Peri Nineball Open. Fantastic pool room. Only been open around the month. Real high-end finish to the pool room. If you ever get a chance to come here, I suggest you should.
Yeah, beautiful pool room here. And probably setting the stage for more beautiful pool rooms to come here in Hanoi and all along through Vietnam. Ko Ping Han, they come in a variety of sizes, the Ko brothers. He's quite a bit taller than his two elder brothers. Got to be a little awkward, though, huh, Carl, to fall in those footsteps?
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's going to handle this kind of pressure, carrying the Ko name around the world, but, you know, he's a very decent player and he's trying to edge his way in the world of pool, and let's be honest, he's got two of the finest practice partners you could ever wish to meet.
Yeah, absolutely. Two that don't really waste much time on the pool table. And two of the greatest, I think, mentally as well. Just two players that stay positive at some of the biggest and toughest moments to do so.
And as always, we start any match with the lag. Closest to the top rail will break first.
It's been a while since I've been to a tournament in Asia. And a quick reminder, of course, how important everything is at the tournament to the people who put them on. Of course, the player is most important, but referees, the table conditions, the playing conditions, anything for the spectators. It's all in perfect shape here at the Peri Open.
Here we go. Long Dock Tien to break in rack 1. Breaking with the open bridge as well. Not a lot of players do that. Usually the loop bridge.
And really a perfect break off. Cue ball going back and forth on a very straight line across the rack. Kind of bending a little bit, but and I think the cut break, because it offers so many types of breaks within it, I think the open hand bridge is a possibility. More possible now than maybe any other time breaking. Still, you'll see it very limited with the players. And a huge shot to open. Not only for a little confidence, but maybe a 1-0 lead here with this blue 2.
Middle of the pocket. That's going to make you feel good.
I think at the Premier League, we all commented how much talent we saw from Thien, and I definitely see a conscious effort here that he's calmed the stroke down. As you get better, what it is, you kind of eliminate wasted motions. See him get up and off the ball a few times, a little awkward bridging. I tell you, this is just our second match, but and it's hard to tell sometimes because personality means a lot, but Thien looks more comfortable here to open than I ever saw maybe Niels and Lou the entire match.
Yeah, these players are so used to traveling around the world, playing in different countries. So it must be nice to finally play some big pool tournaments on home soil.
Yeah, but he doesn't look tight to me at all. Not afraid to move the cue ball. Hadn't really tried to simplify a shot yet. So a nice break and run to open. Okay, Thien winning game number 1, winner break format. So he wants to do exactly what he did in the opening break off. All right, keeping the same break position. Really good again with the cue ball. We saw a variety of different speeds in the first match from both breakers. Different contacts on the one. This has been very much the same for Thien and the opening 2 racks. And well, quite a difficult layout. He's got a good opener on the blue 2 and should be able to get to the 3. It really starts working from there. The pink 4 very guarded on the bottom end. Wants to get past the purple 5 in the middle of the table. That was the problem. And that's what I saw a little more at the Premier League. You saw a little more of a wind-up there when needing a little power. When you tend to have that type of technique on the power stroke, sometimes you let up at impact and didn't get enough out of the ball there, and a big shot coming. The jump I don't like so much, just because you really don't offer much position. And I think it's very difficult to get over the 5. So
yeah, this is a little stretchy, this one. Not the tallest of fellas. That's why he's kind of sat on the table.
and again, I really like the kick shot here. Unless he's trying to knock the 3 around the table. But if he's trying to make it, I don't know. Looks like he's aiming quite away from it. Wow, what a hit. Got a lot of draw on the ball as well. So our first look at the youngest Ko Ping Han. He's got to make a pretty nice shot going up the table and back down for the pink 4. Love to get the cue ball in position where it's at now. Just like a center stun maybe, coming 1 cushion. Well, he's going to hit before the side, so speed has to be perfect. He's going to be a little short.
Kick and stick. Get rid of the pink 4. Try and use that brown 7-9 and even the purple 5.
Yeah, on the slick table you can actually maneuver this back behind the brown. All right, decisions here. He could go for the long rail bank. Most would stay away from that. I like coming off the left side of the pink myself. Trying to come 1, 2, 3 rails off the long right rail and drop behind the 8. If not, you're leaving a very difficult long shot on the pink 4. Or most likely anyways. Looks like he may be attacking the bank.
Wow, he overcut that ball. Held his hand up. Got a little lucky.
Yeah, I didn't think the cut was really much of an option. I believe he was very satisfied at the way he struck the pink. Carl, he's going to pull out the jump cue. Hard to argue that.
Yeah, he's got a couple of balls to deal with, but this is more than achievable. A little thin. He's got to hit it on the right edge. Ideal look, though. Wasn't a bad effort. It just needed to be a little thinner. Unfortunately, it's gone over the pocket for Ko Ping Han.
Yeah, should keep this simple coming up the right side of the table. We could play for the side easily. Got it a little thick. Maybe a hair fortunate to get by the black 8. Now caught on the fence. If he plays it into the side, he's kind of got to get into the cue ball a little bit off the side cushion. Now this is where the slick table, you could come one rail bumping the green 6 and get out of line. Okay, he got it nicely. Now is it going to bounce enough?
That just shows you how thin this pot is, but it's definitely potable. It's just working out where he sends the cue ball.
Yeah, on the slick table, you can cut them naturally, I think, even thinner than your home club table. But when it comes to throwing the ball in, I think that's where it becomes more difficult. Well, it's a friendly bump here. Not so much. Maybe a dead kiss shot off the 9 into the lower corner there with the brown 7. But if a safety's needed, it's not easy. Looks like the kiss off the 9 is a possibility, but it's got to be played with a top spin maybe, unless he's going for the bank. Oh, he could get at it with a safety. Nice touch. And he's left a very difficult kick, cutting off the rails on the bottom end of the table. Now Han having to go up table with the cue ball.
Two rail better, do you think, JJ, or do you feel like one rail is okay going up the top?
I think if you're comfortable with the table, you go 2 rails. Now, if you're worried about calculating that second rail, you may just go 1 rail here. A lot of positives on both with contact on the brown.
Oh, this will work out very nice for the youngest of the 3 Ko brothers. He's got big shoes to fill. World Masters champ, World Nineball champ Ko Ping Yi, and the newly crowned US Open champ Ko Ping Chung.
Yeah, that was a great speed he put on that kick shot. Kind of like when you come off the long rail, you think about a separating speed. If you happen to hit the 7, 25%, 30% of the ball. I hate to go down trying to edge the ball from distance here. What do you think about that, Carl? I mean, do you really look at maybe a kick instead?
Yeah, especially in our later years in life, JJ.
Wow, he's looking at 2 rails, not even between the 8 and 9, because the cue ball's so near the rail. Hard to get a ton of spin. But if he gets underneath this, he may go to the side rail back behind the 8 and 9.
Had to get closer to the 8 ball.
And what players will learn on the slick table, you want to stay away from a high ball when you're kicking off a side rail from a bit of a shallow angle. The ball really bends kind of uncontrollably.
Tied the match up at 1-1. Really interested to get a good look at Ko Ping Han. Not seen a great deal of him, so I'm just going to monitor how he cues the ball. Is he a little bit like Ko Ping Yi or Ko Ping Chung? That first glance tells me a little bit more like Ko Ping Yi.
Yeah, and I feel that Ko Ping Chung kind of made his game behind his older brother, just all little personalities between. And the first time I got to look at the youngest of the Coe brothers, I felt like he was still having some growing pains, really. Kind of like, a taller man, maybe still growing at that age when I saw him. I think he was 18, and I think his stroke was kind of coming along with that, maybe. Didn't look as fluid as he does now. Now, that was an awkward one. The one ball acted like I've never really seen it act off of one of these breaks. Watch it just come straight to the side rail, pushing through the one.
Yeah, the cue ball looked good as well, so maybe that was a little bit of a funny rack from the referee.
Yeah, and as good as the refs are, and they've seemed incredible here, they had a training session yesterday for the referees, never slowing down on making them better. But it can be a funny job with the template at times.
A host of matches being played right now out in the arena. We have an old Greek battle going on in losers qualification. Dimitris Lukatis is playing Nick Malai. We'll keep you posted. Dimitris has won the opening round. What about this for a name? Blast from the past, certainly from my travels around the Philippines. Jundal Maison is playing Jonas Suto Camino. That's 1-1. What a player he was, Jundal Maison, and probably still is, rather. Good to see him here competing. Denis Orcolo is 2-1 down to Do Tie Kien. That's going to be a good match.
Okay, trying to get a simple snooker here. May have left the gap, and he did.
America's Oscar Dominguez has won the opening 2 racks. He leads 2-1 over Alvin Anguito. SVB, he is in action. He's won the opening 4 racks, JJ, 4-0.
Yeah, and SVB doing his norm when he's abroad. Saw him at 6 o'clock this morning. It's always the first up, it seems like. When I stayed with him a couple of years ago, went up to hang out for 4 or 5 days, and it was the same up in South Dakota. Like he rises with the sun. Okay, bit of a shot here on the blue twos. Got to get into the cue ball to move it to the rail and out for the 3. The 2 and 3 are really going to open this rack up, though. And that shot right there kind of shows me what I was talking about earlier, where he just seems more fluid now than when I first got a look at him. Maybe trying to figure out his game back then. Because it's easy, right, with 2 brothers that are champions to try and mimic your game behind them, but you got to realize it's also a bit about yourself. And I know you're a sports guy, Carl, and other sports I've seen through the years where same kind of situation, and the younger player, younger brother or sister or whatever it is, ends up becoming the best player.
Yeah, you had that in tennis. Serena Williams, she passed Venus Williams, didn't she? Just few shots he's played, though, seems to play a little quicker than the other 2 brothers. And I feel his back arm, his cue action, is a little quicker as well. Maybe not quite as deliberate. Not scared to switch hands also. See, on the pullback, seems a lot quicker than the other 2.
Pretty good transition overall, though, and I'll tell you, both these players said it about the end in that first run that I think both these players look a little more comfortable than the last 2 we had in the first round.
Copenhagen takes the third, and he tells us, he sends a little message. He's not scared. He's here to compete.
You can see there the lefty looked just as good as the right, it seemed. This is our last round of loser qualification. These races to 9.
SVB has added another 2 racks in no time. He now leads 6-0. This round is to qualify.
So we'll keep an eye on that one ball. I don't think I would change much. Looked like you said, Carl, very good strike on the one.
You could see the difference there. The one ball straight in the side pocket. Yeah, and the cue ball come near the middle diamond. And 2 ball does pocket in the side.
He's got a little angle. He may be able to kind of stun draw. Yeah, right in that area where he's looking at there with the cue. Can't really go by the 3 and have much of an option offensively.
Well, in no time at all, SVB's on 7. What's going on over there, JJ? Oh, that's a good hit. Played it to perfection.
And it looks like probably just holds the ball there for a little cut on the pink 4. No reason to really work the cue ball. Yeah, SVB motivated early. Everyone else is at 2-1, maybe 1-1 in some matches, 2-0 in others, and SVB looking to get on the heel quickly.
Yeah, we've only been playing around 30 minutes, so he's on course to set the record for the fastest match so far. Just 2 more racks required.
Must have a referee that's on point racking the balls as well. Okay, really did the work with the 2 and 3. Now it's time to really just maintain. Okay, he's falling a little straight. So the players don't really like to roll the ball too much, but this may be a case where see him just going forward maybe 6 inches, something like that.
Maybe could have done with going forward a hair more. That would have just helped him find that right-hand side rail, the long rail as we call it, a lot easier. Now he may just have to play this with a little English and just float over using 1. Maybe he could, jack down. Got to be careful.
Come behind the 8, right? I mean, I think you have to look at on these tables to play short side at times. One of the prettiest shots in pool anytime you're cutting a ball by the side pocket down the rail.
Handled the 8 ball well. He's motoring along nicely here. He's not hanging about. It plays at a quicker pace, doesn't it? The youngest brother of the Coes. That was a nice shot, the opening shot.
Oh, it's just nice to have the 2 older brothers. You know, those little growing pains in the game you have to go through. You're still gonna have to go through them, but maybe just a little quicker. with two brothers with so many titles, so much experience. And another thing, two of the players that are really considered some of the best in technique-wise, fundamentally sound. So goes a long ways for number 3, Ko Ping Han. Speaking of 3, up 3-1 in this match, going to 9, losers qualification.
Always looked like it was going to be dry. It looked like he was going to get away with it, but the last ball, I think it was the 8 ball, just bumped the one over the corner.
Yeah, and I don't think he was really unhappy how he hit the rack. Just the one missed short to the point. This 2 goes in the opposite pocket by the 8. That would help things on a decision. Otherwise, he's going to have to work the cue ball above the 2.
Very long bridge from his hand on the table to the cue ball. Hit that ball nice.
Yeah, and it seems the tables are grabbing the English a little better than I expected. So top right here. Make sure you stay a little right of the pink 4. Now here, you got to make a decision. Am I going to draw past it or just stay on the other side and work the cue ball back down?
Yeah, look how long the bridge is here. Still a very short backswing, though.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. You don't want to get kind of almost there. You want to be very definite one way or another. And that way either carry more angle to work the cue ball or make sure you come behind it.
The problems have come. This is awkward now. Cue ball's running into the 8. Don't know if he can dig in and avoid the 8. Doesn't look like it. So he's going to have to roll forward into the 8. Good news is the 6 is kind of over that pocket. But it's not ideal.
Yeah, you could get some distance. If you try to draw by it, you're opening up that little scratch off the 8 in the corner. So I think this is definitely awkward. And he's catching a lot of the 8 no matter what. I think good thing for at the end is the 7 isn't like tucked away on a rail somewhere.
I was with you though, JJ. I thought he could have just played low on the pink 4 and then stun the pink 4 in the side pocket where he potted it and just get the cue ball over to the right hand side of the table off 2 rails.
Yeah, that way the cue ball would be a little more open off the 5. And I think if he digs into this, he's asking for maybe a big mistake.
Yeah, fortunate where the cue ball was going into the 8. It was hitting the right hand side of the 8. So you just take your distance. Take what the table gives you. But again, it helps when you know the pocket's playing kinda. You're not scared of this shot anymore. I know you still got to pot it, but it feels easier. Wow, really got a lot out of the cue ball there.
Yeah, these days we see so many players come from other disciplines, or other cue sports rather, into 9-ball, and the bridge hand is something we talk about with those players. They almost all form a loop bridge because it's so necessary, but I don't think we're going to see one from the end. I just don't think he plays with the loop bridge, even from distance drawing the ball there on the 6.
Well, for SBV fans, SVB is on the hill. He's been playing 35 minutes and he's won the opening 8 racks. This is a recap of what we've just seen on the main table. In the end, it was a nice run out. Lost the cue ball a couple of times. That was the big shot. He pocketed the 5.
Well, even though early, the way Han looks very comfortable. Seems like a big rack for the end to get back on the board.
SVB's through. He wins 9 racks to 0. That's always going to be interesting to see where SVB falls in the draw. Last 64 starts tonight. 5 p.m. Here's that open bridge break shot.
Tell you, does anyone get into the break more simply than we've seen here? I mean, it's just a real simple stroke, not a whole lot of body.
Filipino Jundel Maison 4-2 up over Yonasuto Camino. Also, Denis Orcolo, he's 3-1 down to Dote Kien. Another fabulous player from Vietnam. Keep you posted on live scores. If you want to check it out yourself, head over to digitalpool.com. Everything is on the site. You can see the draw, you can see the live scores, the bracket. Lost the cue ball, JJ.
Yeah, it surprised me. I think it surprised him. The second rail really checked with the English instead of kind of falling downward like we see so often. But I also think he kind of knew that possibly he was getting snookered, but maybe the jump not so tough. It's the difference in the mentality of the players today versus when we played. Like the jump is an option for position at times.
This is going to work out okay. Wow.
Yeah, he's thin enough. He doesn't really have to worry about the 9, I don't think. He can just draw to the side rail with a little right check. Should hold nicely for the 5 to the 6.
That can wind you up a bit. That used to wind me up, you know, when my opponent hooked himself and pulled out the short stick. I just wanted to give him a little throttle. I used to hate that.
Yeah, well, Han's too young for all that.
One
But
day.
I do feel you, though. Well, you and I, we've discussed all kinds of things with the short cue. You know, it's a big part of the game, but as a player, sometimes it can get under your skin if you're in the chair.
Yeah, and of course he still had to control it. Lost the cue ball here a little bit. This is going to be interesting. Can he now hold the cue ball, or does he have to go around the world off, well, 3 or 4 rails?
Well, I kind of think it's either now or later. Meaning he can shoot this one light, then have to move more off the 6, or he can move now off the 5 and then less off the 6. I think he's going around, though.
That actually looks quite steep, so now is the time. That's the second rail. Third, watch the scratch. Watch the scratch. Did he get lucky? He did. The pool gods have been kind at the moment, but he's not out yet. This is very straight. He can pinch the pocket. I'm not saying he's going to go rail first, but also slight option. He's going to have work to do on the 8 ball, no matter where the cue ball finishes. I don't think he can get the cue ball out far enough, yeah. So if he leaves it there, having potting the 8 in the side, he's going to have to go up table and back down.
Yeah, I wouldn't try to cheat this much. He's got to get get it back on the 8. Oh wow, he cheated it quite a bit, and he got the bottom of the cue ball available. So now some choices.
Yeah, he really got a lot out of the pocket there.
Yeah, Yeah, awkward cueing. And if you're going forward to help the movement, easy to want to overcut this to the right side of the pocket a little bit. So watch out for the miss. Oh, he actually caught it thick. He was never settled there, Carl.
Yeah, I can't stress how wide the actual rail and the side of the table is. It's enormous. Never felt comfortable with the bridge. Where did the 8 hit? He hit the far jaw. Spat the ball out. It's always wide though when you look at the replay. This will please Copingham because he's had to sweat a few little funny things in rack 6. (4-2) to the youngest of Cobras. I know we keep alluding to that, but it's just the fact that Ko Ping Chung won the US Open last week in Atlantic City. What a tournament that was.
Yeah, you could see the big miss there, but again, from just not long ago, I saw Thien play, and it's been a minute since I've really got to put my eyes on Han. Gotta love both the progress both these young players are making. Excuse me. And I bet Thien is a little older than what I suspect. But knowing Han's probably about 22 years old.
Yeah, I don't think you're far away.
Well, he's going to get a good look at the blue too. Nothing easy, but definitely a playable shot that does offer position across the table.
Yeah, you really fancy this shot. Anywhere near the pocket, off the left rail, the pocket will swallow the ball. Well, I don't know if that's slightly pulled. It looked good for the first sort of halfway.
Yeah, I don't think at any moment he was really upset with the shot. Again, you and I know that last, like, right when it caught the first diamond there near the pocket, it looked like maybe it went a hair right, but it stood pretty true overall.
Yeah, I think if it had played it a tiny bit firmer, it would have spun and fell in the pocket. I think it was just that pace, that last little revolution where the ball just didn't fall. But of course, you know as well as me, you are playing that into the rail, so it can count as a miss.
Yeah, similar shot he had earlier, having to draw the ball out of the pocket here on the 2. Really straight action as well.
Yeah, to get the cue ball moving back in a straight line is actually not easy. Got to stamp some authority on this match now. He will have really felt like winning this match coming into this game. Couple of errors here and there. Nothing major, just that last rack got away from him with the missed ball on the 8.
Well, I like the mentality there, though. A lot of players would have laid up on the 4. I like him being aggressive, making things easy. Okay, we'll see if he draws back to the rail, most likely.
Losing the cue ball a lot. You don't want to be up there. Still going to be okay, but just things start to get a little weird, and the cue ball has to travel a little bit more. Should really play this 2 rails, just a little bit of left spin. That just comes into this 8 ball nicely. Pace can kind of be forgot about when you play it that way. Aiming low on the cue ball here, so he's digging into it. Well, I'll tell you what, JJ, he's a very fortunate boy. He's playing on a new cloth, because that's no right to go in.
Yeah, from that angle, that wasn't down the rail. Caught a lot of the lip of the pocket. Probably going to have to improve on that through the tournament. And again, next week, it's going to be a big difference.
Well, the referee sets up. Let's check out what's going out on the other tables. Camino's won another rack. He's playing the Filipino Jundal Maison. That's Maison 4, Camino 3. Well, Lucatus, he's playing Nick Malai. 2 Greek players flown all the way to Vietnam. Lucatus 4-0 up. Now, he's a Greek player who seems to be paving his way to be maybe the best Greek player at the moment, JJ.
Well, he's been making a lot of noise, winning a lot of matches, kind of like going... kind of not talked about enough, I think, just with so many great Greek players and players in general. But I'll tell you one thing, the World Nineball Tours brought out a lot more Greek players. I mean, we had 15, I think it was, in Spain, maybe. And all class, it seems, as well. Well, he's got this breakdown pretty well as far as the one on the side. The pink 4 is going to cover up a little bit of a look at the blue 2, so a push out coming. Maybe he kicks behind the 2.
Yeah, before the pink 4 ball come over, he had the easiest hook in the world. Orcolo is down 5 racks to 3. Do Te Kien, one of the Vietnamese players, very popular. Now, I promise I am going to brush up on my Vietnamese and get these names dialed down.
I think you've been pretty on point. It's only day 1. For us, anyways. Well, I'll tell you, I was thinking about sports in Vietnam, and I keep up with sports pretty well overall, and don't know of a lot of golfers, really, even though I did see some golf clubs in the hotel lobby this morning. It's nice to see. Do know they play, of course, basketball, right?
Well, on the flight over, I was sat next to a fine gentleman from Vietnam. He lives in London, flies back and forth. We was having a good chat, and I asked him, he said, what are you doing coming to Vietnam? So I was explaining all about it, and I said, what's the biggest sports over here? He said, it's football, table tennis, badminton.
Badminton, okay. Football meaning, of course, soccer, not American football.
Yeah, not your football where you use your hand and call it football.
Well, there was already handball. If you've ever been to New York, they have handball. But
they play handball in America?
Yeah, it's huge in New York.
Never knew that.
Or it used to be.
See,
nice
I never
shot
knew
there.
that, JJ.
Both these players really played exceptional so far.
I've got a little story about handball. Not a fantastic story, but just because you mentioned it, I've got to tell you. A few years ago, when the Olympics was heading to London, 2012, handball was in the Olympics. I don't know if that was the first time it got in, but it might have been. And I remember seeing an article where they were asking British male players to sign up to try and make a men's team, and I very nearly signed up just for something to do.
Well, you said handball like it maybe came from your side of the pond. Has it been around a long time? No.
I don't know. It was just the fact that I think it was in the Olympics. I want to say it was the first time, but if it wasn't, listen, Great Britain mustn't have had a team because they were asking men to sort of try and get involved.
Well, I don't know a lot about handball. My father, of course, from that area and up at Northeast, and it was
I wonder
more
if
of a
we're
game in
talking
the New
about
York.
the same handball.
I don't know. They play it against the wall, right? kind of like a racquetball, but you play with your hand?
Oh, no, we're talking about two different
Oh,
sports.
okay, right.
We'll discuss this after this match. We'll get the pictures on Google.
Well, I think the one I'm talking about is a sport in the streets of New York because they don't have so much grass, so they play on the walls and against the buildings and whatnot. But,
Right.
I mean, they have handball courts and everything else.
Right, after this match, you show me your handball, and I'll show you the one I'm talking about. Because I've never seen that.
Okay, a little touchy draw stroke there. I'll probably get a message from some New York people I know explaining the real thing in handball. I've never played a game of it. All right, you come underneath here, or you just come across. You can do either.
Not surprised he played it that way because we've seen all week at the US Open his brother plays that shot so good, killing the cue ball from steep angles.
Well, if you understand it, it's the tip position that kills the ball. That's the beauty of that kind of shot, is you don't really have to let up on the stroke so much. And definitely on the slick table, it's a shot you have to have. The one that comes up that's always funny is when you have a lot more distance between the cue ball and the object ball. Oh, I've seen that handball before, yeah. And I think it was the Olympics is when I saw it.
Yeah, I've just shown JJ a picture of the handball I was talking about.
No, the handball in New York, they don't have, they just use a wall, and I think it's like a drawn-out goal on the wall, somewhat. And it's basically, I think, like a racquetball, basically. It's the first one to let the ball kind of bounce more than once or twice. I'm not sure of the rules.
Wow, I've just Googled that. Listen, obviously you guys watching the stream don't know what we're talking about, but Google handball and then Google handball New York. That's amazing. I've never seen that.
It's been around a long time. Okay, it looks like, are we on a timeout here? I didn't think timeouts were really allowed mid-rack.
Well, we must be on a timeout. Yeah, we were too busy discussing handball.
Chúng ta đang đứng trước cơ hội có thể kết thúc được viên bi mục tiêu số 2 này ở lỗ giữa phía bên tay phải. Có thể thực hiện một cú đứng bi. Một cú đứng bi để chém mỏng viên bi số 3 dựng một băng về, hoặc có thể thực hiện cú cu lê hẳn qua khe 8-9 để nhìn thấy viên bi số 3 đường riêng.
Apologies if we lost you there for a moment. Some technical issues. That's the way of the world at the moment. But we are back. Coping Han is leading 5 racks to 3, so we've not missed much.
Cú lê áp phê 2 băng về phía bên tay phải.
Oh, here's that top end side. He's got to worry about the 6 a little bit. And the table, the slick table. That's almost how you have to play the slick table, to where it's a little worry getting there, but it does.
Yeah, it did well there. Can be a scary shot at times.
Okay, decisions. Now he thinks probably a little more about the brown 7.
Tất nhiên ở trong một trận
Even
đấu
though
thì
he's
không ai
playing
có thể
position
tròn
on
chỉnh
the
từ đầu
green
đến cuối
6
được.
next.
Và đấu này thì điển hình sẽ tình huống giải đạn cực kỳ hay của Lương Thức Thiện.
Yeah, Copenhagen did have a safety shot on the blue too. I was watching through the window here. So that safety shot must have gone wrong. That's why Long Duck Tien is at the table. Always when we expect these matches, JJ, we always seem to get treated to some close matches. Doesn't always work that way, but whenever you get the better players meeting each other, always offers up a real treat.
Smart shot there, I think, keeping it simple. And both these players have played fantastically, in my opinion. I think it's just been the break really slowing them down at times. All right, just 1 rail up to get it 5-4. Okay, he's going to draw the cue ball 2 rails out. And again, when you're close to your work, that's where preference really comes in.
Dành cho đại diện đến từ Việt Nam.
You could see probably just a little bit of side on most of those shots. Amateurs always talk about lessening the side spin, and of course you don't want to go crazy, but you'll see a lot of pros play with just a hint of it. What did you always feel about that, Carl? It's a little more of like you're in control when you play a little bit of side spin, where you see some players, want to stay away from it.
No, I agree. I feel like every time I play, I put some sort of spin on the ball. Even if it's a straight shot, I think I have to play with a bit of spin.
Well, it's almost like there's hardly any room for error when you're dead center. I feel like you can make a big mistake left or right. Or if you're on the right side of the ball, if you stay on the right, even if you're off a hair, a lot of times it's not going to hurt you.
We spoke about SVB winning 9 racks to 0 in about 30 minutes, so he's made his way through. Another American was also playing at the same time. He's struggling. Oscar Dominguez is down 6 racks to 3. He's playing Alvin and Guito, so he's got work to do.
Yeah, especially with what I thought was a 2-1 lead early in that match.
Fouquet Wei, he's 6-2 up over John Vincent Cicero. Colo is hanging on in. He's been down in his match against Do Tae Kien. He's now 5-4 down. Chance here though. Long 2 ball. He can go past the brown 7 off 2 rails, but it doesn't go in the bottom left corner, does it? So getting onto the red 3 in the left centre doesn't look like that's there. So he may have to spin this ball.
Yeah, 2 rails between the 3-7 with the cue ball out for the middle, the right middle for the red 3. And you can see the difference when you have to put a little speed, how the pocket reacts. Not near as much room to use the side rail. And now very awkward cueing to a tall young man, but still not going to be easy. You may see him put left side here just because he can get at it a little easier, that being the cue ball. Looking at the pink 4 and the 6 and 8 a lot. Don't think I would get too involved with those at this point. Boy, and easy to hit this thick if you're applying a little left side spin while hitting down on the ball. Yeah, just like that. He actually had more of a straight ball, still catching it thick. Probably anticipated the pocket being a little friendlier. Could go rail first here. Could come off the right side of the two. Just kind of coast up the left side of the table.
Table looks to be running very nice, doesn't it? Seems very quick.
You can see the green 6 in an ugly position next to the 8. Could play for a bank here in a moment. Or a safety. Can he get to where he breaks him out?
I think he's going to play the old safety shot that comes up. Send the 3 round the table. And you have to play a stun run through. Get the cue ball just edging forward a little bit. Because if you play a stop shot, you always leave a piece of the 6, so he's got to get the cue ball running through.
Yeah, and a little awkward angle here. He wanted to be a little steeper, then the safety's easier. Oh, he did really nice there.
It's a nice shot to have in the locker, the stun run through. Do you call it a stun run through in America?
Just a, follow stun or draw stun. So run through is the follow part of it. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, if you look at Skylar Woodward or a player like that, and he's looking at that 6 when playing position, he's going to look at that as an easy bank cross corner. And maybe percentages are saying, I bank this in maybe a little more often than I get a shot after this kick. A lot to go through at this level, I think.
Do you believe in that instance, if we take this scenario, there's a right and wrong?
No, absolutely not. That's why I know pool's definite sport. Some people think it's very cut and dry. Every shot is like, oh, no, you got to do this. And the feeling you get, see, like if he gets past that side, see, like right here, he got safe, right? Maybe. Definitely cut him off the near pocket. But a lot of players would say I'd rather take it in my hands with the bank sometimes than the kick or letting my opponent kick at it.
Well, he's definitely stopped him potting the 6 ball. Now does he start to think of the bank shot?
Yeah, he could use the 7-9 if he knows how to kind of bank the 6 across a couple rails and run the cue ball a couple rails up to this bottom cushion, trying to use the 7 and 9. I think the table's playing real nice for that shot, the speed. He's hitting down on it. So maybe it's the same 3-rail safety coming? Somewhat?
Didn't like that shot, I don't mind it if I can get the cue ball tracking towards the top rail. But just, no.
Well, your shot was correct. Meaning broaden the cue ball and use the 7 rather than trying to come up tight on the 7 from there. And again, we talked about earlier, right? So many shots you can't practice. Like When's the last time you practiced that type of safety there, trying to stun draw it back with control and so on?
Cue ball 4 rails, back out into the center.
I think he plays short side on the 7. 3 rails somewhere short. I don't think he gets all the way around.
Yeah, this is going to work out okay, I think. Well, it is a bit 50-50. I thought it was going to keep rolling. That's why I like 4 rails back out into the middle. Because the green 6 didn't go in clean. Personally, I just think just high ball, bit of high right, and just really let your cue go through the ball. I feel like your margin for error is massive there. Little tester here now in the meaty part of this match.
Yeah, but it's really been no miss for Han, really, overall. That 2 ball down the rail, remember, after the break, he thought he hit it how he wanted. Didn't go. So he's been real comfortable on the potting end of things, in my opinion. And I think that 6 ball just agreed with how he wanted to shoot it. And with the 7 being so open, why not?
Yeah, and the young man does not hang about. He is down on the next shot and firing. Back to a 2-rack lead. Winner advances, loser goes home. The battle of all Greeks is still going the way of Lukatos. He's 6-0 up over Malai. That's Nick Malai. Dennis O'Colo's tied the match up. That's now 5-5. He's playing Do Tae Kien. Dominguez, he's making a game of it. He's back to 5-4 down over Alvin and Guito. Possibly on a timeout as well here on the main table. Jean Dalmay is on 6-5 now against Spain's Jonas Suto Camino. Matt Edwards from New Zealand, he's 5-4 down against Sharik Saeed. All the live scores, digitalpool.com, are covering the Peri Open. Head over there, you can check it out for yourselves. Later on this evening, 5 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. we will start the last 64. So this is losers qualification round. 128 players started. Last 32 is single elimination, so 16 players undefeated, 16 with 1 loss. Redraw, and we go again. Okay, back to the action. Coping hang to break, 6-4 lead. Trying to make the one in the side and keep the cue ball alive on the table. Job well done. Where's the 9-ball going? We may see a carom. Cue ball off the edge of the 2. Stun the cue ball into the 9. That counts in 9-ball as long as you hit the lowest ball first. Let's see where the 9-ball finished. Oh, that's okay, you know.
Yeah, definitely. He's just got a kind of slow draw off of it, hitting the 2 nice and full.
Big mistake. at the top level, JJ, they simply have to go.
Yeah, and I think like our first match, maybe got fooled how easy the ball draws, especially softly.
This ball cuts. You can see the left edge. Controlling the cue ball is where the danger's going to come, because look at all the balls down here.
Yeah, I think he's got to pick out a path that kind of runs into a ball to hold the cue ball. I don't think you want to hit it hard enough to try and go in between and back up. Makes the two very missable. Maybe go at the purple here, Carl?
Yeah, also, I think rule number one, if you're going to go for the pot, just make sure you pot the ball. You're not going to, like, listen, he's not going to hit the 5 full ball 10 out of 10, is he? So he's got to take a bit of a punt. Just pot your ball. Yeah, see how he's missed the ball?
Yeah, and that's trying to get a little too much into it. You lose accuracy, and that's where this game's so hard, though. We don't have a corner man. We don't have a cut man over there giving you little small tidbits of advice, calming you down. You got to do it all.
Yeah, years and years of experience tells you sometimes you've got to take that bit of a gamble and hope it's your day.
Yeah, especially with the jump cue these days, I think, and the players are so good with it. I think he can get at this. May have to draw it one rail out. I don't know. Not sure how easily he can stun this or comfortably. If he can roll it, he can come up the left side of the table with no problems. And then the pink is really the concern. Doesn't go by the 8.
He's got the angle, that's okay. It's all about the angle on the 3. Pink goes inside and top right corner. He'll probably play for the top right corner. Also goes past the 9 ball as well, depending on what angle he really has.
Yeah, I think he's just got to float it a touch. Not much. If he's willing to put a little right English on this, you can hit it a little more comfortably. You can see the purple near the pink and the 6-9 maybe. Really liked what I've seen from the young Co here. Looks, I wouldn't say light years, but like everything's kind of coming into form all together. It's kind of maturing all the way around.
Yeah, and the surname Co has got to carry a little bit of weight when you unscrew the cue at your table.
Well, you can't say it's not in the blood, right? I think he's gotten perfect here to just pinch behind the green 6 with no stress. And if he's worried, he can draw by the 7 and get to the back of the 6. Maybe for the same pocket as the purple, we'll see. He's got the perfect angle to give him plenty of options. I didn't think the 6-9 was really one of them, though, Carl. Is it too much angle? He's got to draw one rail back above.
Wow, that kept going. That ball kept going, so he's played for the 6-9 combo. Wow, he doesn't like combos or caroms. Incredible how he's missed that 9 ball. Could have played the 6 into the rail.
Yeah, he's missed it on the side. I didn't anticipate the miss. Going to curve at this, Carl, if you have to. Trying to get the cue ball behind the 8. Maybe banking the 6 up a little bit.
Yeah, he's just looking there with the cue ball, couple of rails, trying to nestle behind the 8 ball. I bet he can't believe he's still alive in this rack, you know.
There was a 2-9 kiss shot to start this rack, and what should have been a 6-9 to end it. The 2-rail kick's not too bad here. Now, if he can see a piece of it, he's got to try and use that. But
yeah, you've just got to get this 6-ball off the bottom rail, just to in a non-potable position, because you're not guaranteed the hook. Just don't leave a pot.
I think he did great with the 6. Caught a little piece of the 8. 8's a big ball for a safety, maybe, for Han in return here. I don't like trying to edge the 6 here. I'd rather hit it thick, come 2 rails behind the 8 with the cue ball. Even though the 6 is going to open, I think the speed should be okay.
Young guys, JJ. He liked the thin snip.
Yeah, but I think he's giving up a little piece. Maybe he can use the green 6 coming off the right. But yeah, the young guys. It's almost like sometimes with position, right? They're out of line, but they don't know it exactly. It takes a few years. This is a touchy shot here if he has to come off the right. Looks like he's double banking it away. Oh, he caught the 7.
Maybe he miscued there, because the previous camera angle showed us he had a load of the 6-ball sticking out.
Yeah, it was almost like a D-cell, a big D-cell on the ball. Just kind of slid off the tip.
He was really aiming on the right side of the cue ball. Just a complete misjudgment there.
Well, I don't think the slick cloth got him there, but you know as well as I do, the ball does deflect a little more. And I'm not so sure if it deflects more, really, or if it doesn't have the bite to come back like, you know, your tablecloth does. Or, excuse me, your home club tablecloth.
Well, in rack number 11, it was Koping Han, who's had a couple of chances of winning the rack early, but this is the 3rd chance on the 9. And there it goes. He now leads 7-4 over Long Duc Tien. He's played a very solid match as Koping Han. This was the first opportunity.
Just like his brothers, seems like nothing phases him, even a mistake. Remember earlier in the last match we were talking about, maybe it was this match, that sometimes certain players, you know, especially newer players, you know, to bigger scenes, they kind of get nervous a little more when they see the finish line.
Yeah, it was the first match we were talking about when you mentioned that. Kind of relax when they're losing.
Yeah, Han, you know, 3-game lead looks huge there, and he's had a couple chances to get it done. And a little bit of a fortunate situation.
Very good break off. Is the purple 5 going to spoil? To a degree, yes, but it's not the hardest of jump shots. May even be able to use the full cue. May be able to bend it a bit. Just depends where the 3's finished.
Yeah, if he didn't mind taking a longer shot on the 3, I don't think he necessarily needs the jump cue at all. But I like what you said there. I think some players ignore that at times. When it's just a sliver, the full cue will feel better on a lot of these jumps. And certain tables, you and I were out on the table before the matches started, talking about the thickness of the slate. Seemed pretty thick. That usually means that jumps a little easier.
Possibly his break cue he's using, because it looks quite long. this is a little bit worrying when we talk about, you know, the top players in the world. I mean, for me, that's just unmissable.
Yeah, I'm not a... With the full cue, I used to be pretty good because that's how we used to have to jump, but I would have bet a lot on myself there. You know, one thing that looked odd to me, though, and I was thinking about, because the angle he was on, is maybe he tried to hit it kind of light so the cue ball doesn't take off that angle and he gets kind of steep or out of position on the 3. And anytime you try to take something off, it seems like things can break down at times. Doesn't want this to lay too far on the rail, but should be okay. He's got the pink 4 to both pockets, so if he doesn't want to hold the ball here, he can certainly run it.
Yeah, held it nice there. Could have played the 5 in the top left. Didn't need to go crazy there. I think he's just come up enough, but still a percentage game.
Yeah, even, you know, when the pockets are playing a little tougher, but the table's playing slick, I think you got to really open your eyes to that short position, especially if it makes sense with the cue ball. And what it does is it really starts to settle you when you don't mind that, meaning there's really hardly any worries out there, even though you still got to do the work. If you can avoid the worries, you're in a better place.
Just kind of get the feeling this one's going to go to the wire as well, like our first match. Let's have a little look at some live scores. Jean Dalmaison is on the hill. That's been a tight match against Camino. Nick Malai's finally won a rack as he trails 6-1 to Dimitris Lukatos. Orcolo is down again. 6-5 against Vietnamese player Do Tae Kien. Dominguez also 6-5 down. He's playing Alvin Anguito.
Yeah, it was you and I walking up to the venue yesterday. So good to see Dennis Oculo. I hadn't seen him in some time, and not sure the cue ball's going to agree with the end here breaking. It's been spectacular on the breaking in, really. But yeah, good to see Dennis back competing and playing the best players in the world exactly where he should be.
Work to do here, though. Plays a quick push.
Yeah.
Not a great deal there, JJ.
Yeah, he must see something a little easier than I do. I mean, there are some advanced kind of shots that you don't want to have to shoot very often, but like off the left side of the 2, kind of running a couple rails behind the 3. You know, that's a more difficult kind of situation. Is something, again, you don't want to have to do very often. May see this one pass back.
Yeah, I believe he'll pass this one back, especially when he's got the lead. He doesn't need to start pushing the boat out. He can just sit nice in the chair. He doesn't have to force anything.
And I think, you know, you think about the push, of course, but I think it plays on the gut instinct as much as anything in the game of 9-ball. It's always going to be a crucial situation, it seems like, with the push. And if you get close matches, it seems like it always comes up.
Okay, what has he got in mind?
Is he going to try and float this and try and get off the 2 and the 7 behind the purple, maybe? Is he trying to run this a long ways? And that's just a little experience understanding, though. Even if I execute, percentages are against me.
Huge part of the sport of 9-ball decision making, playing the push. Copingham realised there was no obvious shot on. Long Dok Tien put himself in a little bit of trouble there, and this is what he's left for his opponent. Now, these for me, they just simply have to go. If you want to make your mark on the World 9-ball Tour, opportunities like this in the scoreline at 7-5 in a race to 9, the balls just simply have to disappear. Good opening shot here. Has he got an angle? He's going to have one.
Yeah, made that look easy, but on the table, it's not easy putting that inside spin, having to check it off one rail. Got a lot out of the cue ball as well.
Does he come over to the left again, or does he go up near the right centre and find that gap in between the green and the purple?
I think you got to come down between the 6-7, I think. With the 6 so near, I don't think there's a problem.
He's definitely having a look, though, isn't he? He's just a little bit, not scared, but he's just making sure. Decided to go up and try and find the gap. That can only be the speed of the table that's making him think like that.
Well, I mean, it wasn't far off natural, right? And kind of a kind way to hit the ball. You know, you're never really going to have a snooker or a scratch. But and I wonder how much his his older brothers really take little notes watching him play.
I was a little concerned why he was digging really low on the cue ball there. But obviously when he pulled the cue back, he changed where he was aiming on the cue ball.
Yeah, this is to get to the heel and into the final 64. And I know it'd be a little stretch, but if he goes on to win this match, I mean, he's breaking the balls. Looks very comfortable to me. Comfortable to me, pocketing the ball. So you never know. Maybe another win for another name of Ko here in just a few days.
Good decision not to play the safety shot from the Long Dok Tien push out. On the hill, Copingham. This will be a decent win for the young Ko brother. Seems to play the game at a good speed as well. It's always easy on the eye.
Yeah, and I think he's super comfortable with it as well. Nice break off, cue ball up table a bit. Okay, it's in the jaws. A look at the blue too, maybe some of it. Maybe more than we think. Looked like the green 6 got right in the way, so possibly another big push out coming. Would it be be some kind of rail first here? You know, leaving the rail first on the 2 a little bit, because that's not great. And it's certainly missable.
Yeah, so roll over towards where we just seen Simona's cloth on the rail. The 2 ball's quite close to the rail.
Yeah, and from that angle, you know, if you're more straight on, the rail first becomes easy like that. But whenever it's over, you can misjudge it. And I just don't like pushing out close to the 2 to where the safety is real easy. Because at the end, I mean, he's made a couple mistakes, of course, but he's broke the balls real well, so he can overcome this deficit.
That's the push out JJ was talking about. Roll out and leave some kind of rail first. So you're not leaving the actual potting angle.
Yeah, and this kind of shot, what happens is this becomes very mental for a guy that's trailing 8-5, because he knows it's a makeable ball. But can he really decipher the percentage on making it? Don't let the 8-5 really, you know, kind of have an effect on your decision here. Does he have ball first? He's cueing like he's got ball first. Yeah, he played the rail first. And that's just an awkward shot from that angle, Carl. Very missable.
Be happy with the result. Could have been a lot worse.
Now that shot there, you have to kind of learn to aim higher up the rail and play the thin crossover, trying to play the safety and run the cue ball maybe, but still not unhappy at all. All right, 2 rails looks like the way to go, but you may not get a cushion if you don't put enough speed in there. Pink 4 and the green 6 could certainly slow the 2 down a bit.
Again, he will be delighted where that's finished. Ooh, there's not really an edge there. If there is, it's the finest of edges.
Well, I think twice he's had a little edge, similar situations, and he's decided to kick. Remember the 7 early in the match? He kicked 2 rails and gave up ball in hand when he could see a piece of it. Of course, that was awkward cueing off the top cushion, and I think both of us would have looked at kicking at it as well. Now, if he likes this 2-rail kick, he can kick this with, you know, like a pretty light kind of medium-ish speed, trying to send the 2 up towards the 6 and 8. Needs a full contact, though. Could kick between the 4 and 6 too. The top cushion would spin.
It was a good hit. Left distance. Hand can only see the left edge now. Can he kind of bank it out the way? Get the cue ball on the back rail? It's going to need a little bit of form.
Yeah, I think that's the shot. You really just got to play the cue ball on the back cushion here. He's not cueing that low, though.
How good are his eyes, by the way? Wow. Might be the best shot of the match. Best shot of the day.
Tell you what. There's 2 that I always claim are the best ever at that, and that's Earl and Shane. No one, I think, edges the ball better, but that was as good as it gets there. Well, not only to execute, how many players would have even... That's almost like we were talking about earlier. as you gain some experience, maybe you look at that decision a little differently. How's the speed, by the way, with the object ball and cue ball?
Yeah, that deserves good things to happen. That was a tremendous safety shot.
And I tell you, he's trying to figure out how he wants to hit it. But a slick table, you can't get involved on a kick shot like this. It's more or less pick out the speed you like and then try and make a good stroke.
Still cuttable, JJ, I believe.
Yeah. And
very thin.
Yeah, and he can cue the left side of the ball, too, as well, Carl. So I think he can come one rail between the 3-6 and back for position.
I think you were just looking at trying to play the bump.
Yeah, that looks scary to me, bumping the 3. Wow.
Does the bank squeeze past the 6? Maybe not.
I think so, but I think you'll see him like his older brother, who I know loves cutting these in, going back and forth. It's all about the speed. Oh, I caught that quite thick. That may have been them nerves about like that winning moment.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, he's just showed us on the blue too. He's not scared of cutting the ball thin. But that was actually quite a long way away. And Long Duck Tien has got to realise that Ko Ping Han is not a prolific winner. Just try and make him collapse a little bit. That's got away from him. Still make the ball, but it's not where he wanted the cue ball.
Yeah, it's amazing how that very shot gets away from players so often on the slick table. Any table, really, but a little more often on the new felt. Can't wait to see a closed bridge, or loop bridge, as you say it. I don't think we're going to see it from the end. Definitely made some conscious changes. And not so much changing, but simplifying his stroke a little more. He used to have a really active back elbow. Now it's a little calmer as the cue goes back and forth. And didn't want to end up too short here.
Gonna have to really get into the ball here. He showed us a few times in this match that he's capable of this with the long bridge. There you can see how steep this is. A couple of rails with a cue ball. Kill the cue ball. Did it with ease.
Yeah, nice. He got off that second rail. Could have complicated things getting on the 8.
Well, you could see the 8 come off the rail. That's why it wobbled. But it went in and fires the 9 down in no time. Still alive in this match. 8-6. Ko Ping Han had a chance for the match and to advance through to the final 64. 64 players will be left. I think I've said 32 a few times. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, we'll play through that final 64 tonight, down to some rounds tomorrow, and then only the semifinal and final on Monday. That'll be towards the evening.
Winner breaks. So Coping Hand, no matter what, will not break again in this match. Open bridge. This is what we've seen full match. And he's broke okay. Cue ball is always the scary part of this break. You're never sure where it's going to go. Can cannon a ball and scratch. Can also do that. We see that a fair bit. The one rail draw straight into the side. Coping Hand with another chance for the match. This time ball in hand.
Yeah, and it seems we've seen all kinds of different scratches on this break format, but that's the one the players feel the worst about because it was completely on them. Come on, one rail into that opposite side pocket. Now kind of looking over the table to see if, hey, do I have any chance of getting back? Of course you do. You never know. But it doesn't look good.
Yeah, when the ball's in the open like this, both players will know this is a good chance. There's no clusters. There's no real tight positional shots to play.
Yeah, and it's something about that ball in hand. Just get you through the first few balls with ease, and as the balls start to clear off the table, you get more room to play position and make decisions. And again, after a big mistake in the last, ball in hand makes it just a little easier to erase, and not only erase, but go on and advance.
I always feel like if you don't win the match here, I mean, you don't really deserve to win any match, do you? I mean, just look at these balls. Yeah, and from this three ball, he doesn't need to play for the pink four in the right side. It goes in the top right corner, easy. Still got to do it though, haven't you? Still got to get right on that six ball from the purple five.
Yeah, he'll come for the side, no problem there. But like Carl said, really, it's from the 5 to the 6 to the 7. Of course, got to get back over for the 8. Always hated playing from below that 5 whenever, it's kind of like a little pressure. I feel like maybe something will twitch from above it. It's real easy, just one rail. Which I think he originally wanted that. He just fell a little short on the pink 4. Looks like this is going to be perfect, though. Enough angle to move it easily, but not too much to where you're worried. So make sure you don't stun too much here. A little more draw than stun.
Ideal. That was the position where you'd want to be a few moments ago. He will have known from 5 to 6 was key. Again, centre of the table with the cue ball here. He's lost the cue ball here a little bit. I believe he was playing for centre of the table.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's where his little bit faster backswing may have gotten even faster when the nerves are at the finish line here. And the good thing is, though, he's going with it. Don't dissect it too much.
Yeah, he does not hang about. He's straight down on the next shot. This is what we're talking about, the open layout with ball in hand at this level will cost you matches. And cost you matches it has. Coping Han, he's through to the final 64. We have lost Long Doc Tien from Vietnam.